Don't everybody talk at once.
Don't.
Sorry, I was waiting for you to
Thinking
say
so
something.
hard
Yeah.
about the fact that there's only one V and one T in cravat.
Oh no. Don't say that.
There is.
This is
CRA.
information only the FBI is supposed to know.
What do you? No, it's relevant information for everyone. Cravat only has one V. It's CRAVAT, which makes no sense. I feel like there should be double letters for the V's or the T's or an extra E.
At least the T's.
It doesn't seem
VAT.
fancy enough on
That's
its
what it
own.
sounds like.
Have you ever written the word cravat without making that statement? Because I don't think it's a word that comes up often, you know?
You would be surprised.
Okay.
The way my life goes, cravat has come up multiple times, actually within the last month.
Is this
So
your icebreaker at bars?
I'm not going to say that that's true, but it has come up.
It's like,
So-
I'm not gonna make sure you know you're right, but
Yes, but still.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I may not have done that.
Yes. Anyway, only one V, only one T. Hi, everyone. How is your evening?
It's going all right. Thinking about words now that look weirder the more you look at them.
I only learned about cravat because of Edgeworth from Phoenix Wright.
I thought you were going to say Final Fantasy, and I didn't know what to do
No.
with myself.
Dude, I got randomly roleplayed with in Final Fantasy today before
How did
showing up.
that go?
I got scared. It was like, on the outside, I was like, hello there, but on the inside, I was like, ah! I was just shrieking the entire time. Like, what do I do? I don't know.
What do you
They were
mean?
ni-
What do I
they were
do?
nice.
How do I role play with
Just-
another person?
You're like the best one at this, Monty. Come
Yeah.
on.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
like, but then it's like the spaghetti fell out of my pocket, and I was like, oh god, don't look at me. Like this Lalafell sat next to me, went, you look real strong, and I'm like, thanks.
Oh my god.
oh shit!
I turned into a Hrothgar today, actually.
You
How'd
sent me a
that go?
picture,
I did.
and I'm both disappointed and proud of you.
Thank you.
Why disappointed?
Yeah, why? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Hi, chat.
just-
How's everyone doing?
I'm looking at my friends on my Discord who are all fucking degenerate furries, and I'm like, that's why I'm disappointed. That's why.
I'm not there, I swear.
Get close! No, I'm just joking. Hello, everybody. Hello.
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 Do you wear a cravat?
like favorite and subscribe if you wear a cravat.
Wait, what?
We're all cravats.
And before someone starts gifting subs to people who have cravat in their name, that just happens.
Oh,
Oh man.
it's kind
well-
of like Poyo.
What do you mean?
What?
Poyo in Gateway.
Oh. See, I'm not
Poyo.
allowed. Well, I don't watch Gateway because I'm supposed to like sleep and eat and be a human being in those hours. I know. I don't know. Living, I guess.
Huh.
Tolerating.
That's how it feels sometimes.
I mean, you know. Food
Hello,
go in.
everybody. Welcome to the Unexpectables? Question mark. Welcome to the special 3-part campaign featuring some dork ass nerds.
Or the beach episode.
Where's the beach episode?
Yeah, where's the beach episode? That's us.
I think we are
I don't
the
wanna
one
do
always
that.
in the beach.
We'll
The
get old
whole-
at the beach. I don't want to.
What
The
if a
is
desert?
just one giant beach.
What if it's just
Yeah.
a really ambitious beach? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
We are back. If you guys want to go down the line, we'll start with Austin. Austin, who are you?
I am, hello, I am Austin Eruption. I'm the guy that does the audio here on Unexpectables. If you ever listen to the podcast, that's me. I
Shout out to
also-
the person who commented on the YouTube upload, and the first comment was, and here I was just thinking that Austin was a figment of their imagination.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no! I haven't actually read the comments on there yet. I'll have to do that after the stream. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
Don't be careful. Some of them are
Yeah.
mean. I'll be right back. I actually have to tweet out that we're live because Connor's in the woods fighting bears. I'll be
Oh
right
snap! All
back.
right.
Seriously. Sorry,
Yeah.
Austin.
You're on your own. Go.
Okay. I don't know. I've never spoken before. No, I'm Austin Eruption. I do YouTube at Austin Eruption. I stream on Twitch at Austin Eruption, and I just hang out at Austin Eruption. If that was actually my real name, that would be kind of weird though. The Eruption family. I don't know about
That'd be
that.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm streaming Suikoden tomorrow, actually, at 6 o'clock Central Time, so that'll be fun. I'm in the middle of playing through that for a video of my own and working on some other stuff at the same time. I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. That might be going to stream sometime soon. I don't know.
You should. You should.
Yeah.
It's really popular right now. Kick it in.
It sure is. And I look at my
He's a
characters.
legacy player.
I am a legacy player. That's
Are
right.
you actually there? You were there before the realm was reborn.
I was in the realm.
That's
Oh.
brave.
Final Fantasy: The Realm.
You weren't part of the great Goobu Wall of
I was not, no.
So, I mean, I feel like that should just revoke your legacy.
So, is your name? Because I've seen an image of this. Is your name in the credits? At like if you beat Realm Reborn, right? Isn't there like a bunch of people who survived?
My name is not in the credits because I didn't sign up for it because I didn't have an active subscription at the time.
No.
But because I was like, this is really bad. I'm gonna go somewhere else for now.
Okay.
But you know,
Can you be a
That's
legacy
fair.
player if you played that original version for like 2 hours and got really mad and quit?
Yeah, it would still give you that title. That's
Wait,
right.
today? Like if I did that today?
No. I mean, back when it was coming out, because I remember me and my
Oh,
brother
I
were
see.
playing it, and we got so upset on how it was. We're like, oh my god, and we quit.
It's basically an exclusive club for people that hate themselves.
Oh,
Like really.
boy.
That's what 1.0
Yeah, people
is.
That's
just
a lot
nod
of
at
the
each other
internet.
and no.
Yeah. But yeah, that's me. I'm Austin, and Monty's back, so we should throw it to somebody else. I thought Monty was back.
Caitlin!
Oh, hi. I'm Caitlin Elizabeth. I'm a voice actress. You can find me all over the internet at Boobs McBalrog. I stream on Twitch at Boobs McBalrog with zeros instead of O's because Twitch hates boobs. I also on Fridays and Sundays stream on twitch.tv/nerdon because I'm part of a podcast called Nerd On the Podcast. We have 2 shows that come
Wow.
out every week. We talk about nerdy stuff. Also on Mondays, if you go to twitch.tv/LannyPator, I'm part of another D&D campaign called The Ties That Bind. I play a very murderous drow named Nara. And then usually I'm on this channel with Gateway being Cynthia. I finally got to talk about, or remembered to talk about, a thing that happened that was cool. I got to do all the audio description for True Blood.
Oh,
Which is a show from a
whoa!
long time ago, but I really loved it a lot, and it was really cool to get to do audio
Ah.
description for it.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, that show was great.
Yay.
So,
I loved
so
it.
much fun.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all. That's my shill. On to the next.
Joe Fudge.
Hello, I am Joe Fudge. I stream a bunch of variety stuff during the week, but other than that, I do a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff, mostly
nerd.
DMing. Every Sunday, I DM EU hours though, 8 p.m. EU hours. I stream a show called Godforge, where I am the Dungeon Master. And other than that, though, other than this and that, I don't really have any other Dungeons and Dragons projects other than looking at a bunch of homebrew during the week. And I've got a couple other ones coming up soon and whatnot, but we'll see. Other than that, that is me.
And a bear that has managed to sneak its way onto the set.
Oh no.
Zora the
Hi,
bear.
I'm Monty's favorite, and I'm Zora the bear.
Does anyone
I'm
just hear
Zor-
incessant growling right now?
I do. It sounds nice though. Comforting.
I'm Zoran the Bear. I have been doing internet crap for way too long in my life. Most people would probably know me from The Emperor Had a Texas Speech Device, where I play Lieben Russ. And I also host the show or tabletop RPG show called Warhams, where we usually play Warhams 40k, Warhams Fantasy, where we could have all sorts of heretical and grimdark fun times over there, along with me being a VTuber bear thing, where my talking PNG will try to hopefully entertain you as I do a bunch of variety random stuff, such as reading the visual novels with a bunch of crazy women and an Australian, along with doing a whole bunch of other wacky things with friends that I
Makes me
do.
so happy.
Yeah,
You're
I
such
think
a
last-
happy bear.
Thank you.
I love it.
There was, I think you saw the tweet that I did or whatever. There's this roleplay group or groups that people do in VR chat, whatever. And one of them had like this big 3-year anniversary party. I'm like, yeah, I'll just come over and say hi and support them, whatever. And I'm just bull crapping the entire time. I was like, yeah, just show me the strength, whatever. And on this 3D model that I have for the bear,
my
the
God.
snout can extend whatever, because the guy who was making it was like, "Oh, this is funny. Like, perfect. We're gonna leave that in." So I'll just use that to drink drinks in the game. So I just go, like, "Yeah, just hold the drink for right," and then it goes right back. I'm like, "All right, thanks."
It's like what's the guy from Fantastic Four? The stretchy man.
Oh,
Mr. Incredible.
It's like
Yeah.
yes, he just stretchy mans his face very long to sip a drink, and it is alarming but also great. That's it.
That movie was weird.
It was.
I'm here too.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Monty.
Hi.
Hi, Monty.
Take it
Who
away,
are
Monty.
you?
I'm
What's
tired.
a Monty?
But I'm here and I'm excited to run D&D. I'm Monty Glue. You can find me at Monty Glue at Twitter. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. Sunday, I'm hoping to stream. I'm hoping to stream more Tomodachi Life, or not Tomodachi Life. Oh my god, Metopia, the other one that's weird and eclectic and strange. It's a great time and it's a goofy time, so I'm hoping to stream that. And you can also find me.
I love watching this. I don't have a Switch or anything, and I sit there and envy, going like, for some reason, I really want to like that game.
It's
I
so
just watch
cute.
people play it, and it's like, man.
It's imagine an ad lib RPG adventure that you can fill all the slots in with whatever you want. My first RPG party was myself, Nemesis from Resident Evil 3, who's a horse girl because he loves horses apparently. My entire Twitch chat personified, and Cooking Mama. That was my first RPG party.
Oh.
And my own chat and Cooking Mama were having an affair, and we found out Nemesis was a horse girl because the horse only liked Nemesis for like the first while.
Wow.
And also Bosco is the main villain.
Amazing.
It's a Dark Lord Bosco, and Connor is the sage of goodness or whatever it is. So it's great, and I'm very excited for it. Yeah, it's a fun little time. So definitely come and check that out because it's ridiculous, but it's really chill. And there's been some moments that I just scream out like, "What?" But
Oh no.
yeah. Speaking of crazy moments, if you roll with some Die Hard dice, you're bound to have some crazy moments, which means we're going to be thanking our sponsor, Die Hard Dice.
Oh yeah!
How many dice was that? That went on a long time. That was great.
2 beautiful metallic sets. I have a Silver Dracona dice set and my Celestial Archon dice
Oh
set.
my god, I want those
If-
so bad.
Oh, the Celestial Archon are so nice. We are sponsored by Die Hard Dice, and they have all manner of beautiful plastic and metal dice that you can use. They also have, I actually am holding it right now, magnetic dice trays, dice accessories, rolling scrolls, dice towers. They also have all kinds of different things. Unfortunately, because Connor's gone, I don't know if there's any specialties going on. But they do also have multi-class dice, which are magnetic dice that you can snap together if you're multi-classing your character. They also have some Warhammer dice, as well as Magic the Gathering dice for all types of different games, not just D&D. And if you guys use the code, the Unexpectables, you get 10% off your next purchase. And you can use it for basically anything. I believe they still have it available, and if they don't, I'm sorry. You can find me and fight me. They have a set currently, which is a really nice rainbow set, where each dice is a different color of the rainbow. And if you're trying to teach someone D&D or just want to have that in general, it's a really, really nice set because instead of being like, roll the D4, you can be like, roll the blue one or roll the red one. So I highly recommend that, especially if you have like kids that you want to teach how to play D&D or you want to do D&D at like, different programs for new players. It's a great set. Definitely check it out. And definitely show some love and support to Die Hard Dice. They make it so Austin doesn't starve to death.
Yay! I get to
Yay,
eat
Austin
food.
eats.
Yay! Die Hard
Holy
Dice.
day.
But before we get started, I have to do the hardest job ever, which is reading bits and subs. If I miss any, again, you can find me and take my kneecaps because I'm probably gonna miss something, but I'm gonna try my best. All right.
Let's go, Monty. Let's go.
Rap God, let's go. King Kiwi, 2005. King Kiwi, you're the king of the Kiwis. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. Been sub for a few months, loving the 3 shots so far. Mantagore and Lorne are probably my favorites. Infinite
No.
Kitty, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 14 months. 14 months, how time flies. Extra Val, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 10 months. Sir Thomas Percy, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. RPG Russian, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. A lot of 16 months, people. Erwin Elf, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 12 months. Happy 1 year anniversary. 1 year with the gang. Where does the time go? Dino K9, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 2 months. Can't say, but good luck tonight, everybody. They might need it.
What?
Stormfox 116, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 14 months. Love the new players. They're an amazing gang.
Oh.
Infinite
that's
Kitty,
true.
thank you for gifting 50 tier 1 subs to the community.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Thank you
That's
so
a-
much.
That's a lot. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. If you guys have a sub, please enjoy your emotes. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of really fun emotes, so definitely have a lot of fun with those. H. Lone Heart, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. When you're a tabaxi in the desert, the world is your toilet.
I mean, it's the giant sandbox.
That's true.
Right?
It's true. It's true. Zenlita, thank you so much for 200 bits. You've got to be careful about those cravats. They can be dangerous. Cravat and tour and all that. I don't know what that means. Ty of Nerdlandia, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 13 months. Hi, everyone. Hi.
All right.
Constable Mutton, Connor's not fighting the bears. He's learning their ways, so he may take his rightful place as the king of bears. Thank you so much for 300 bits. Hey, it's One Uppington. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for 7 months. Woo, more bug hunting. Nom Nom Goblin, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Fantastic Caitlin, thank you so much for 100 bits. Sorry to hear about your RP nightmare, Monty. Did Mario return? Did he escape? Okay, that's a whole story for another time. I'll tell that during the break. World of Warcraft roleplay gets wild, and I've experienced some things. Spevikin, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. I'm on vacation in Florida. Have some vacation bits. Please don't get eaten by a crocodile or an alligator or whatever. It's a crocodile. Crocodile, yeah.
Oh.
SG Treadman, I probably said that completely wrong, and I do apologize. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Nom Nom Goblin, again with 100 bits. Press enter too early the first time. Why is it right next to shift? But hi, Austin. Also, caught up with Roll With Me. Nara is Wondercrack. Wondercrack? Wonderful?
Yep, Wondercrack.
All right.
Yep.
Darky Arts. Hey, I know that person. Darky Arts. They're one of our artists. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 50 months.
Wow.
Ty of Nerlandia, thank you so much for the 20,000 bits. My artist is booked solid, so I won't be able to add Kai to my tattoo for a few months, which makes me sad. Also, Monty, would it be okay if I cosplay Tori? I'm volunteering at a con in a few months, and I love the design. Yeah, I mean, like, generally speaking, as long as you're, like, not making money off of it in any way, like, you can cosplay, go for it. You can do anything. It'd be really cool to see it. Oh... A cat named Garbage. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for 6 months. I cast Fireball at Lorne.
Monty, did you just do Home Improvement?
What?
Yes, you did.
Sorry, I don't know what that means, but I'm nodding.
Tim
The Tim Allen thing from the 90s.
Game Master Aunt, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. Parched Sandfields. I expect a lot of dry humor.
Nice.
Oh.
Get out!
Goodness gracious, goodness gracious. Steve Anders, thank you so much for 100 bits. Monty, would you prefer your kneecap surgically or violently taken? Violently. DD Russian. Well, just then I can brag about it. Like, you know, it's
Oh,
like,
I see. Yeah.
see what I mean?
My legs were taken in battle. Where were your legs, Imperial?
Oh.
DD Russian, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 12 months. Whole year. Just wanted to let everybody know the Unexpectables is what got me into D&D. I'm glad. I hope you're enjoying D&D.
Yay.
Luke the Lucas, thank you so much for 100 bits. How much more will I love Manticore by the end of the session? Let's find out. Blackfoot Ferret, Lee Bit, Tall Malin rewiring mic crank. That's anime. And that looks like that is actually it, which is great.
Nice. Good catch up.
Rap guy.
Now, before we start, I gotta go scold my cat because he's squawking too much. He's very upset that he can't be in here with me.
What have you
while
done,
I'm-
Miles?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Miles. You're in
I'm
trouble.
sorry.
Miles. Why
I'm
you
sorry,
keep
I'm so
yelling?
sorry.
We're trying to we're trying to hide, Miles.
I
You
can't
just said
help
we're
it.
trying to cat. You just said we're trying to cat.
Yeah, Miles. Yeah, Miles. See, there's a dot over there.
I'm not trying to pee in the box.
Miles, we're in a desert.
Yo, for real though, like my cat Freya, who I kind of based the design of Miles around, doesn't know how to bury. It's really upsetting.
Oh.
Cats
Well,
are
maybe
wild.
it's a choice. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it is a choice.
You know what I recommend for that, and I'm not even kidding, is after they poop, take them back into litter box and like grab their paws and then have them dig.
Manually
like,
do it.
Manually do it, yeah. Then they
I've
figure
done
it
that
out.
a couple times, but then she's like, Please, stop. Stop it.
I think you
Stop
bow to
it.
the cat and you bury its poop for it. It has shown the dominance.
It really
Wha-
is.
You are its
Uh,
servant.
Well,
Cats.
never have a pet, Joe Fudge. It's gonna walk all over you. Is all I'm gonna say.
Oh no.
Alrighty, you guys good to get started?
Sure am.
Yeah.
All right. So, as we return to the parched sandfields of Ruba, Miles, as you are resting up and attending to some of your minor wounds, could you describe your character again for us?
Miles is sitting down at the moment. He's just covered in sand from days of exploring and just in his bushy tail and every single caveat of his body armor. He's donning a decorated teal and green shawl with a leather jerkin, a puffy white shirt on the outside, and is sitting there. A couple minor scrapes from the adventure so far, but is trying to keep himself together.
Okay. Renoa, could you describe your character again for us?
Yes. So Renoa is a 5'3" white blonde horse with long centaur with long white blonde hair. She has a variety of desert flowers constantly in bloom embedded in her armor and hair. She's wearing this sort of green leather and scale armor with like this flowing green veil over top. And she's sort of watching over Miles as he's recovering, clinging to a staff also adorned with desert flowers.
Okay. Lauren, could you describe yourself again?
Of course, a 6'2" old withered man with a large, wide, and pointy brimmed hat, with his white with tender brown gray hair, sits upon reading through his ginormous wizard tome with a staff affixed with a large crystal on the top of it. He pulls through his long flowing robes, kind of keeps him well protected from the hot sun, but it keeps him nicely bundled and warm during the desert nights. He is pouring through and trying to plan and trying to think of the best case scenario to deal with the challenges ahead.
And Manticore, could you describe yourself, please?
Yeah, kneeling in the sand, punching it, saying, "Stupid bug people," is a nearing 8-foot tall Goliath with kind of sandstony pale skin. Instead of tattoos, he's got various pieces of chitin and carapace from bugs and kind of kills he's made in the desert that kind of line his eyebrows, symmetrical on both sides, and around is kind of where he would have a beard, but he doesn't grow hair. He's wearing kind of gladiatorial gear and has a great sword on his back that doesn't really get much use, as he has these great claws around his wrists. And he's got an assortment of kind of traveling gear with him. A big, broad Goliath.
When last you guys had trekked the desert, you've been hired by Professor Rolrus Sirius to find his companion, a gnomish anthropologist and archaeologist in the name of Albrin Trubroots, I believe his name was.
That's correct.
Yeah. Albrin Trubroots. You guys were tasked with finding the Mentacallan Ziggurat, a lost structure sought to be investigated by Albrin Trubroots. And as you guys have now come across it, you realize it is not occupied by who you thought it was, but is now occupied by a group of 3 Kreen led by Tzinkali, scorpion people. And as you guys have botched an attempt to sneak forward and scout out, you guys managed to stop combat through very, very well-placed wind and firewalls before running over the desert sands and hiding behind an overturned cart to reassess and rethink your strategy. So, as we return, You all dust off your hats, tend to your wounds, and take a moment to breathe.
Miles looks towards Noah. You know, I've done a lot of adventuring with swords folk and whatnot, but I haven't seen many displays like that before. Referring to her wind wall.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted us to get out safely.
And where I come from, you just, stick a dagger in them and hope you get out alive. But thanks, I guess. Nodding towards Lorne as well.
Yeah, whatever. Lorne's just going through his spell book. Do we have our stuff reset at this point, or is it still?
It is still the same day.
Okay.
I left us there, I believe. So if you guys do want to take a long rest, you can.
Mm-hmm.
I would vote yes.
Sure. Let's take a long rest.
Do you guys want to stay in this location, or do you guys want to move before taking the long rest?
Maybe move a little bit because we're pretty close to the zero, right?
You guys have basically been like running for about 20 minutes, I would say.
Okay, so we've got a decent amount of. They're probably not going to chase us this deep into the sand. Maybe.
Can we scout out if there's like a nearby alcove or something?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Perception check.
All of us, or
just Miles for now.
okay.
21.
Oh,
Nice, pretty good. You know what? Call high or low.
Low.
There is. As you look off into the distance, you do see a bunch of like kind of a very craggy looking rock formation in the far distance. Some fallen sandstone that seems to have just made sort of this natural sort of cavernous looking location. You do notice as well as you kind of peer off that you can't quite see everything there, but it looks unoccupied.
Okay. I turn to the rest of the party. If we want to take a rest, there's looks like a alcove in the distance. Looks like we could possibly find a place where we can cover our own backs if you guys want to make the trek.
Excellent eyes, boy.
Yes.
I think it would be wise.
Okay. You guys want to head over there?
On the way, could all of you please get your magical, or you remember the large avian creature that flew by us last time, right?
Yes, the one that almost ate us, yes.
What?
Yes, quite. Don't worry about it. Basically, if you find any feathers on the ground, please tell me. May I roll a survival as we're on our way there to potentially see if I see, like, maybe that large creature or even more of them, possibly, or any kind of type of bird.
Sure, absolutely.
Somewhere nearby.
Can I aid
Go
him
ahead.
in that?
Yeah, sure. Give him advantage. You guys kind of both, as you're walking through the desert and kind of slipping and keeping your footing. Go ahead and roll survival check. 10?
I rolled it. Yeah, I got 10.
You look around. You don't see any birds. It's pretty barren here. You see no animals. And as you guys slowly make your way, the area that Miles had managed to procure is what looks to be like a naturally carved sandstone cavern. It goes back a fair bit. Even has like a sort of turn to it where it looks like the wind and the sand has carved away at the more softer stone. Notably, there is a tree, like a dead, mangled tree, that rises up pretty tall next to it and has been just shorn. The bark has been just ripped off over time. You do notice, very high at the top of it, there is a nest.
Oh. One of you could look up there. Basically, I require feathers for me to cast fly on any of you, and having a repertoire of them would be amazing, especially if we want to go scouting around. So if one of you can go up that tree and grab me some.
I am not very good at climbing trees.
Miles
it's
just raises his
okay.
hand.
We
Don't
have
worry.
2 nice, strong men here to help us out.
Sure, why not? I can do it.
All right, acrobatics or athletics of
right.
your choice.
Well,
But you're a rogue. I know the answer.
I mean, it's +8. Let's go. Oh, it's only an 18.
That's fine. You take out your daggers and use them kind of as footholds and manage to scramble your way up to the tree. The nest itself is devoid of anything.
That's
And
good.
there are some tufts of feathers, probably from, whatever chicks may have resided in this space for a
Okay.
time.
I'm gonna.
I would
go-
say, with the low survival check from earlier, I'm gonna give you 4 tufts, 4 feathers.
4 tufts of feathers. Okay.
Yeah, you gently scramble down.
I will hand them over to Lauren.
Oh, thank you, boy. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
What exactly you need these for again?
To be able to allow you to fly, boy.
Oh, you're gonna build us wings.
I think Miles would have been like head buried in the sand when that was happening.
Yep.
Because like you were only flying for a split second. It's like
Would you
Yeah, you didn't even make off.
fly?
What have you ever flown before?
No, I can jump really high, but I can't fly.
Wait. Fly
Yes.
in the air?
Fly.
Yes.
Do it right now.
No. No, that's fine. I like the ground. The ground is good.
Oh,
Miles is really
quite
eager all of
safe.
a sudden. Do it.
It's quite safe, no worries. I kind of grab and was like, here, give me your hands, boy. Give me your hands.
Can you reach his hands out?
Okay, I grab one of his hands and I would like to cast fly on him.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll do it at level 3, which is the basic thing. You have it up to 10 minutes. And
Did you guys want to sleep first, or you want to do this now?
Do it now, because if I do it after the long rest, then I just wasted a spell.
Fair
slot
enough.
for it. So rather
Fair
than-
enough. Fair enough.
And
What
I'm
time of day
is
telling
it?
him. Go ahead.
It's at this point probably like starting to sink into the afternoon. Like the sun is starting to set a little bit
Okay.
over the
okay.
horizon.
So boy, you've never flown before, remember? Kind of armed out, use it as a stabilizer. Remember, you have the feeling of propulsion for you.
Okay.
Now, do
okay.
us all a favor. Fly up. Don't fly too high up, because I'm going to concentrate a little bit on this for 10 minutes. So have some fun doing it for a couple minutes, but feel free to scout around. But make sure not to go too high, because you'll make yourself very noticeable to the enemy.
Actually had an idea. How high would I have to go to be able to see the ziggurat from here to try to make a mental note of what the map looks like?
You'd have to get close to it.
Close. Okay. Too far.
Yeah, like you could see the general structure of it even from this position. It is a little dot on the horizon that you can see. You can even see the torchlight probably being lit by the individuals that reside there.
Okay.
But in order to actually get a perfect lay of the land, you'd have to fly over it.
Okay.
Like that's
I got
the
it.
only way.
Well,
Unfortunately,
Miles will kind of doggy paddle upwards nervously at first while he's being levitated.
you feel like it's like jumping into water, but opposite. Like you jump up into water and you're just suddenly like in it. And you're able to kind of like, you see these the rest of you guys see these like mildly arcane wings just kind of flap a little bit as Miles kind of takes off in the air. How high do you go, Miles?
How far can you hold it?
It's
think
up
it's-
to.
Yeah, it's just up to 10 minutes.
It's
Yeah,
just 10
I hold it up till 10
Mhm.
minutes. You basically move like 60 feet.
Okay.
For that. So it's basically, imagine going 60 feet your turn, which is fairly quickly.
And you
Yeah,
can
because-
dash too.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
can just
so
move
then I could
really
just-
fast.
What if I go 160 feet in the air, or 120 feet, and look around to see if there's anything interesting?
Okay. You take up, and what's nice about going higher in the air is the sand isn't as as aggressive on you. Like the kicking wind doesn't throw the sand in your face anymore. You're just hitting the nice kind of hot air. Go ahead for me, and as you fly up, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay. 23, natural 20.
You're like, this is amazing, and then you feel a shadow on your back.
Oh no.
Roll a stealth check for me with disadvantage.
God.
27. Wait,
You're
no,
like-
which one's?
15, the left side.
Okay, 15.
And you're like flying, you're like, this is great. And you see a shadow, like you see a flickering of a shadow pass over the sun, and you're like, that's a big bird. And you see coming towards you and your party a massive rock.
Oh no.
Hey, Miles, get a couple feathers for me.
Old man, let me down. He's gonna start going down.
That's
All
all
right.
on your will, boy.
The rest of you all, as you hear Miles yell, you look up and you just see, it's like watching a sparrow flying away from like a giant falcon as this thing is rushing like fervently towards Miles as a potential meal. What are you guys doing? You have a cave behind you.
Okay.
Yo, I messed up.
I'm gonna prepare to throw a javelin at it if it comes within. Let me change it. What's the max range of a javelin with disadvantage? It's 120 feet. So if it comes within 120 feet, I'm gonna throw a javelin in it to try and distract it and then I'm gonna dash into that cave as soon as possible. Once Miles hits the ground.
Miles, as you're flying and you hit the ground, you ever see a peregrine falcon just tuck in the wings and become kind of go into this torpedo dive? You are all in awe of how massive this creature is and yet how fast it is as it pulls in its wing and begins to dive down. Go ahead, Manticore, and go ahead and roll a javelin strike for me.
Okay. It's with disadvantage because I'm going max range.
Yeah.
Ooh, still pretty good. Pretty well.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Okay. Nice. 6 points of piercing, not too bad.
You throw the javelin, and you're sure it hits somewhere in that sea of feathers. The rest of you guys, what are you doing? Are you running or are you staying?
Right.
Well, we gotta help Miles out somehow.
At this point, Miles is next to you guys. You guys are all together as a group right now, as this thing is now beginning to... I'm going to say, roll a knowledge nature, Renoa.
Yes, please. I would love to know what this actually is. 18.
You know this is a rock. The particular pose it's going into means it's going to try and grab one of you guys and fly off with you.
We should leave now. We should go right now.
Why?
Yes.
Why? What's going on?
It's gonna try and snatch one of us and fly away. We have to get out of its range.
Looks hungry to me.
Well, one of the ways we know we can probably do that is run to an obstacle so we can't easily get one of us. Quickly, this way.
And I start running over towards one of the sandstones.
All right, you guys run to the cave? Because you are literally right in front of a cave.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys all turn and you run in front of a cave. Manticore, you took your turn to attack.
Mm-hmm.
So, I want you to roll a athletics check for me.
Okay.
Not great.
Not my best roll. 14.
Uh-oh.
Not my best roll either. As you guys are turning to run, you just see sand just erupt, and Manticore, you feel a massive taloned claw just crash down on you and just hook itself around your midsection. As the rock has got you in its clutches, it rolled a 15, unfortunately, and has you grappled now. But that is its turn.
You said this is you said it's bird or rock or what?
It's a rock. A rock is a giant bird. It's bigger than dragons.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
they literally fight dragons. They're so
But
big.
would this classify as a beast?
It is not. You would know that this is a monstrosity.
Shoes puffs. Okay.
I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative for me real quick.
Okay, I knew it.
I didn't want to like start doing stuff. You're like, no, I'll never know I do it.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
16.
I
Oh my.
One gotta get a good one.
All right. I believe, Joe Fudge, don't forget you have advantage, I believe.
Yeah, it didn't roll there.
Oh.
Okay, 6 and then 21. That's much better.
There
Remember,
we go.
Miles, you still have fly on you. It did
I
go
do.
away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Manticore, and then we have Miles, and then, aw, poor Lorne.
All by my
He's just tired and old, and
I'm cranky. And
he's like, what's going on?
Rock didn't roll very well either, and it has. That's very sad. Why is there honey on my pen? What the hell?
Oh.
You and bears.
It's a sign. We have
No,
marked
it's
you.
not. It's
Are you a
not
beekeeper?
sign. I want to be. Anyway,
That's a good thing.
Manticore, it is now your turn. You are still on the ground, but you are grappled by a rock.
I think I'm going to try and break the grapple. I'm going to try and grab the talons and just go, I'm gonna rage before I do that though, so I can get advantage. Just kind of goes into a pure rage. And do you know what? For the flavor of this one, he's gonna grow out this big old manticore tail that kind of comes out and laps around his back as he rages. And then I'm gonna try and break the grapple with advantage on this athletics, which is a 28.
Ooh.
Nearly the best I could roll.
21 for the rock. You manage to almost like opening up a lion's jaw. You grab either side of the talons. You just you go into a rage and you push the talons out, and you manage to slip out from under them as the rock in the kicked up dust is kind of looking around and trying to re-grasp you. You see the talons kind of snapping towards you. It is still your turn. That is your action. You can move if you wish.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna look at the party first. Are you guys looking like you want to kill this thing, or is this more of a come back to save thing?
We're all in the cave trying to not.
Yeah,
die.
you see your companions running into the cave now. Yeah.
I'm running. I'm all feet out of there.
Okay, it's gonna take a swipe at you.
Okay.
With its beak, which is going to. Oh, Jesus, it's gonna be a 29 to hit.
Yeah, even if I use my tail, I can't stop that.
Okay, that works. You take 29 points of piercing damage as you're running, it snaps and just you feel a chunk of the flesh on your shoulder just go with it. And you're like, I don't have time to worry about that, and you keep running. That's reduced in half, so.
And then I'm going to do a stone's endurance as well, so the 29 becomes with the 5
29
plus
becomes
8,
14 minus 5, so 9.
6.
Take 9 points of damage.
Oh yeah, I know. Add my con. That's without my con. So.
Right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so only 6. That's good.
I'm the Goliath expert, and I don't know that.
It's fine.
All right. So, as you guys are running, Manticore, you run up and manage to catch up with the rest of your party. Renoa, it is now your turn as you guys are heading into this cavern.
How far away are we from the cavern at this point?
You're inside of it. It narrows out the further you go. I would say if you dashed, you probably would be able to get to a point of safety.
Just to make sure that it thinks we're really not worth the effort, she's gonna go hard for no reason at all with Guiding Bolt.
That hits.
20. Let's see, what do I have here? And she's also gonna do it at level 4.
Okay.
Oh no!
18 points of damage.
You kidding me?
You take your staff and you swing it around and you launch out the guiding bolt. And as it strikes the wing of the rock, it was searching and scrambling in the dirt for Manticore, and you just watch as you ever see just the angriest chicken, just so angry and pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
You just watch as its eyes slowly turns up and just looks at you.
Go away?
It opens its jaw and lets out this loud and raucous, earth-shaking eagle scream towards you in response.
Oh, shit.
That's your action? What would you like to do for your movement and your bonus?
Run.
All right, you turn around and you take off galloping. Miles, it is now your turn.
How deep is this cavern that we're in?
As you go into it, in about 60 feet, it seems to turn off to the left, and it seems to narrow out, and it kind of narrows and then opens into a different chamber as you kind of look around the corner.
Hypothetically, could we go deep enough to make it so the rock couldn't squeeze in any further?
You assume so, yes.
Okay. Then I am going to follow Renoa and start hightailing out of there while shooting my light crossbow at it to continue a flurry of damage, essentially.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay.
No, that hits. No sneak attack, though. So
no sneak attack, yeah.
Ignore the additional damage. It's going to auto-apply it because of the advantage. So
okay.
Just hit. So 6.
6
You
damage.
shoot it and you strike it across the beak, and it kind of rears back, and it kind of like shakes its head and looks towards you, and the feathers are all ruffled. It looks very, very angry.
Miles is catching up to Renoa. First off, I'm sorry. Second off, let's go.
Yes, please.
It is now the rock's turn. The rock is going to, unfortunately, it has to land, and its movement is garbage on land.
Chunky
As you
boy.
guys are running in the cavern, you watch as the rock has to push in its wings and tries to squeeze forward and starts snapping towards you, but can't reach any of you. That ends its turn. That's all it can do. Lauren, it is now your turn as you're keeping pace with everybody else, assumedly.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm like holding on my hat, running with my staff, and I'm like, well, this thing's obviously pissed off. Let's see if we can slow it down. He kind of claps his hands together and yells, I'm about to rock your world. Kaboom! And then fireball immediately goes up, heightened. I think we're like 5th level. Yeah, 5th.
That is gonna catch your allies. I will tell you that it is close enough to catch your allies. So
Don't I have a magic thing though that allows me to?
You
select,
do. It gives them it makes them pass the saving throw, which doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna lose the damage unless it's been improved.
Oh,
Let me-
can I? I mean, I can do the range where it like hits behind the thing, but still the edge of the fireball still catches the rock, right?
I think it used called evocation.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chosen creatures automatically see it on their saving throws against the spell, and they take no damage if they normally. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so yes, you absolutely can. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. So. And I rolled terribly. Don't worry. I also roll bad on my damage rolls.
That is an 18, so it's going to take half. So it's going to take half of 25, which is going to be 24, drop down to 12. So it takes 12 points of damage right to the chest, a concussive blast. And you watch as some of the stone above begins to rattle and shake and crash down on the wings of this rock, who just seems very distressed and even angrier at this point.
By the way, Manticle's going to be screaming, thinking he's covered in flames, because he's going to see him go around like,
Can't
feathers.
Manticore, the fire doesn't hurt if you're not near it.
The rock, for a moment, looks like a phoenix. As you guys keep running, and as you guys continue running, you all jump through the hole of the cavern. And as you all jump and land on the ground, you hit soft stone, like soft sand, and you see there's a campfire, an old campfire that was used to be used here, and like the remnants of what looks to be an old camp that someone probably stayed in. And as you guys are kind of like sitting down, you watch as a beak just starts like rasping in the hole. It can't fit. And it's just like, trying to shove its like mouth in and is trying its best to get inside. And after a while, you hear a sort of like a... As it turns, you hear a... of wings.
Yeah, we all show that thing. Watch what?
Corner kind of look at his clothes and dust off his head. Like, is everyone all okay?
Almost died.
Miles is really out of breath. He's like, you know, my father always told me to beware of big things in the desert, but that was a really big thing. And turns to the party. Yeah, I won't do that again. Sorry.
I don't think I want to fly. Ever. Now. If that's fine.
It was pretty cool, though.
She like stomps her feet on the ground.
This is good. Ground. Under the feet.
Yeah, it didn't even get to hurt any of us.
Mantle's going to turn around to check the area, and you're going to see these massive talon marks down his back.
Yeah.
Blood just pooling.
Close one.
Manticore? Are
Yes,
You there,
you
buddy?
okay?
yes, why?
You're bleeding. A lot.
We're always bleeding on the inside.
Okay, I'm gonna just,
And she's gonna D. Where are you? Cure wounds. On Manticore.
Nice, thank you.
All right.
YUB. Here you go. Doink.
You can do it. We can see.
Nice. Nearly 1 point off. That's awesome.
The wounds, despite no presence of fire, get cauterized over and stops the bleeding.
Oh, huh.
Does that feel any better? Or do you even feel this in the first place?
Yes, I felt burning on my back. I thought it was the fire.
It was an open wound, which is bad.
Wait, why is that bad?
Well, your blood is supposed to be on the inside, and it was going to the outside through an open wound.
If I can't see it, I can't be killed by it.
Just because it's on your back doesn't mean you won't bleed out.
Can I do an inside check on Manticore?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, sure. If you allow it, Manticore, of course.
Yeah. Go for it.
Nice. A 0. A 0. Excellent.
Also insight, just because.
Sure.
I'm
Because
tapping
Get it.
mine's
Manticore.
higher.
And we're like,
That's
"See,
a
Manticore?"
16.
Are you
Oh,
hiding
God.
anything, Manticore?
I think there's definitely a grimace of pain, but he genuinely did think it was the fire. He felt like a burning sensation in your back. You know when you get a cat scratch, and it kind of has that stinging sensation. He totally thought that was the fire. But he's
At
not
the
the sharpest.
realization that that is like legitimately what he thought, she puts her hand over her mouth to cover like the tiny smile she's got going, and like tries to keep the rest of her face very somber, and is like,
Yes, of course. I
So,
can't believe you didn't know you were dying.
Me too.
so, as you guys take a moment and rest in this rather secure location, ignoring the giant talon scratch marks, what is your plan to tackle the Mentacallan ziggurat? You guys want to rest, of course.
Yeah. Step 1, sleep.
Okay, so you guys take a long rest. You set up watches, but this is a very secure location and nothing comes about. There are some bats that show up in the middle of the night, but they just hang out and don't really do anything.
What you mean, flying components?
oh my god.
Yeah, back on out for Fireball. Yeah,
That's
that's
true.
true.
Yeah.
You guys all get the benefits of a long rest. So go ahead and mark back your spells, mark back your health, and mark back any abilities that restore on a
Awesome.
long rest.
Okie dokie.
Let's see. Did I want to?
Literally pouring over his spellbook on Karen. That's
Oh
gonna be-
yeah, big
Yeah,
same.
that one.
Miles is digging a half layout of what he saw of the ziggurat from the front in the sand. I assume there's sand in the cavern.
Yes, there is. There's loose sand that you guys kind of. It actually made it for a little bit of a comfier sleep than just hard rock. So
Yeah. He's just kind of sketching out what he remembers of what he saw.
mhm. Did you guys want me to take you to the map just so you can go over what you saw?
Yes,
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Manticore's gonna look down at Mars and go,
It was much bigger than this.
Miles
You
just looks up at Manticore. You okay, man?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Continues to sketch out the map.
he's
I
gonna go and
will-
watch the entrance.
I will reveal what Manticore saw because Manticore did see quite a bit. So here's your map. And I will.
Okay.
So I remember there being at least 2 of those really big guys.
Yeah.
I took out 2.
I will
Manticore, did you
reveal
get
what
any of the ones on the inside?
I got one on the wall.
Oh, that was pretty cool. The one you knocked him off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounded like there might have been a lot in there. I don't know if you guys were able to hear it, but there's a lot of
saw-
rustling.
When I was on the inside, I saw they had a lot of buildings. They were guarding something at the end.
It was well fortified.
Maybe it's treasure.
It has to be.
But what kind of treasure? That's really the question.
Well, is it even the type of treasure that you might be thinking of, though?
I've heard that there might be something.
Is this because it's a ziggurat? This
That's
is like
the
stairs leading
big
up to-
ziggurat, yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
you'd be
stairs
able to
leading up like a
ascertain-
temple entrance.
The stairs leading up to the temple entrance is where those two Tlinkali were
Cool.
stationed. So they're clearly guarding it.
Would it be possible for me to scout to see if we can reveal more of the map by stealthing in?
That is an option, but you'd be going in alone if you're doing that, or you could go and approach it as a group. Like, that's up to you guys. You have to kind of
Yeah.
figure that out. I mean, you could send Miles in on his own. You guys could polymorph and send somebody in. That is a risk, but that's 100% possible.
Lon has just gone through a spell by going, I might have a spell to help us. I can scry.
Scry?
What's
Yeah,
that?
basically what that means is, I make sure I pick out a creature that's at least, we're on the same plane of existence, and I see what it's up to.
That might be helpful.
Oh,
I can do the same if it comes to it.
Actually, how about you do it, if you're okay with that? And I'll prep another nuke spell.
I could try. Let's see. But who should I choose for that? One of the Tlinkali up near the temple?
Yes.
Probably one of the bigger ones that we fought. They seem to be more of leaders, and they might be having more access inside. Even so, with their stature, we might be able to see more of the inside, which is where we lack knowledge of.
I would, if you had to pick one of the big ones, I would go with the one that chased us, because one of them stood back. He might be just standing there. That's his job.
Right.
Unless he was more important, and that's why he didn't chase.
True.
Monty, would Manticore have seen any of the Thrycreen or Thrycreen, however you pronounce it, that might have looked like workers? I don't know how close to ant society they are, but were there any that were smaller in structure and kind of frame?
Based on what you saw, they all had a very similar physique. There were
Okay.
some that had bigger heads and jaws naturally, but those aren't too. There's not a different hierarchy to those. Those are all technically workers. That's a super major, basically, is what that is. Just different biology. It seemed that all of them seemed subservient to whatever probably is in charge here. And based on what you know from the other Thrycreen you met in your journey, it sounds like their queen is probably in charge of them.
Even though the Scorpion people are probably greater than the others, spying on one of the others might be smart because maybe they interact with their queen more often.
True. They would be outsiders that have to check in.
Well, we saw the one that we met was feeding her queen, or their queen. So, I imagine those bug people have to go to their queen often to feed her. We might be able to catch one inside.
But catching the right one will be the hard thing.
That's true.
Maybe there's a different way to get in without attracting any suspicion.
Maybe round the back.
It could be. Surely there's some sort of drainage system under something like this.
From
Go on.
Sorry, I was gonna ask if I could roll a sort of something that would gain me knowledge to see if I've read anything, from my vast oldness, to see if I know anything. Like, how are ziggurats usually built? Do they have, a sewer system? Do they have, other passages? Is it basically a diamond, half of it in the sand?
Go ahead and roll just a knowledge history.
Okay, I will find that button.
Actually,
Someone wants to help me out.
It's on the skills
Renoa,
history check,
Renoa also did a lot of reading and like about temples and old rituals and that kind of thing. So there's a chance she might know too. So she'll
Okay.
help with that.
There'll be separate rolls. No one can help each other for this because this is just individual knowledge. So go ahead and you can also roll a history check. Also, Zorid, it should be in your proficiencies if you're looking for history.
Okay, just not a history check. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
How common are
16.
ziggurats in the area?
19.
How common are ziggurats in the area?
Yeah.
I mean, there's structures similar to them. It's a very easy way to make a building that lasts a really long time. So there are a few, but they're, you're not going to find one every other venture over the sand dunes, that's
Right.
for sure. They take a lot of work. And the other thing, too, especially ziggurats of this nature, and you would all know this with general religion knowledge, most ziggurats of these natures are made through slave labor. Like, they're sometimes seen as a bastion for worshippers of Zargrel, the god of subjugation and torture and all that fun jazz. So that's also why they're not particularly common. They tend to only be built in that way. But there are some that are, that were actual funded projects. So, those are a little less common, but they do exist. Lorne and Renoa. Based on your knowledge of the ziggurat itself, you don't know this particular ziggurat, but generally speaking, there tends to be at least 2 entrances, but both are usually quite secure. The front entrance being the ceremonious entrance, and then there's usually an alternative entrance for various different reasons. So you have a feeling there's probably 2 entrances to this location, but you have not a clue where. The front entrance itself seems the most obvious.
Well, 2 of us are good at climbing. We could scale a wall, lower down some rope, try and sneak in the back.
That is an option as well. You can try and encroach a different direction now that you know where the location is as well.
Maybe we could try to sneak up on the west side of the building. Try to scout it out.
At first, I think it's a good idea. Let's get close enough that you can scout. But if you call for help, we can get in.
If we really need to, Lauren can do one of those fancy scry things on me to make sure I'm all right.
Yeah.
As
Sure.
much of a invasion of privacy that would be.
Wait. So
Yes?
we know that the rock doesn't like things that fly and wants a snack, right?
Oh, yes.
What if we send up a signal, she looks at Miles, and told it where it could find a snack?
Miles looks at everybody to see their reactions to what Renoa just said.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Good
then-
idea.
You could scry on the rock and get an overview of the entire area.
I will advise with the scrying spell. It doesn't give you a giant viewpoint. It just lets you spy on an individual. So that would mean you would really only see what that one person is doing, which could give you information, but is not going to give you probably. This is me presuming the intent, but is probably not going to give you all the information you're going to want. It is a great idea, and I love it. But I don't want you guys to be, use a really high spell slot and then, not maybe get what you want.
That's not what she was recommending at all.
So you're asking me to be bait.
Right. But you would be bait so that the big bird could find the Tenkali and the 3 Queen that need to be disposed of anyway. So the bird could get a snack and we could get entry.
Miles crosses his arms, stares directly at Renoa. 50 gold.
What?
I'll do it for 50 gold. Of your share.
Okay.
You're asking a lot.
I will help. I will cover 25 gold of that.
I suppose I can't say no. I mean, we could just, sneak around the side, but if you really want me to be bait for a giant bird, how can I say no?
Well, we'll still have to deal with the creatures inside, even if we scale up the side. It is literally crawling with 3 Queen and Tenkali.
True.
Yes.
I have no idea how he would otherwise deal with that many opponents at once.
Maybe
Yes.
I can drag the rock over the ziggurat, and they can fire at the bird, and the bird starts attacking them as a distraction.
That's
Yes,
what I
yes.
mean. Is you go up, you'd be out of range for the ones on the ground, but the rock would see you, fly over, and you dart down, knowing what it's going to do, and it can attack those in the ziggurat.
Yes.
Miles is doing the mental gymnastics of danger assessment in his head.
I'll say
can even help you move quickly.
Everybody roll an intelligence check for me real fast.
Okay.
Yes. My favorite kind
Lauren
of
got
check.
a 23.
Oh, Renault got a 7.
Oh, yes! That's a net 20 for 19.
Nice. That's wow. All right. You're all like, this is an amazing plan. And Renault is like, this is a great plan. And then all of you stop and smile at yourselves and think, where's the rock right now?
Oh, right. We sort of
And then
sent
you
it
also
away.
think about it and you're like, wait, why would it do what we want it to do? And then you immediately think, it's not an animal. We can't speak with animals with it. It's a monstrosity.
Yeah, it would probably just try to kill me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I didn't really think about that part. Sorry, Miles.
Miles is just feeling the peer pressure.
I feel so bad because I love it, but at the same time, the Rock is just gonna be so pissed and not gonna be game. Like, I want to say yes as a DM, but just it's man.
In my mind, I thought they were like just piss off the bird and then bring it over there, and hopefully
That's
the
what
enemy
I was
make it
thinking.
mad.
The enemy start attacking it
Yeah,
as a
not-
distraction.
not actually talking to it, just kind of, tease it a little bit, and it's like, hey, I got the bird. Okay, let's go. Start
Yeah,
running.
that's literally what Renault's plan was. Just
Oh,
piss
okay.
off the bird, send
It's
it to
still-
the ziggurat, and let it eat everyone else.
It's very dangerous.
Yes,
Yeah, it still is
extremely.
expecting a lot on the side of the bird. And you also probably, I would say just your basic knowledge, like your nature knowledge, Renoa. Birds would not
Yeah.
attack a giant crowd of well-armed things. A group of 5 people, that's a tasty snack right there. You can snatch up one person, but, a well-defended location is a bit more of a risk, especially
know
when
how
there's
to
A lot of
buildings.
adrenaline running. It sounded like a good idea.
I don't know how to. Wait, no.
Can we say this is the 4 a.m. plan?
Yeah,
How much-
absolutely.
How much do you know of rocks?
Should I nature check that?
That is actually an Arcana check, but it can be
oh.
nature too. Its general behavior is bird-like, which is why I've been giving you nature, just for the actual behavior of the
Oh,
animal. But the
okay.
actual nature of its existence, that is an Arcana check.
May I also roll
Should
one?
I nature it then?
Sure, absolutely. Actually, yeah, you can nature for behavior and then Arcana for...
22.
Okay. They are solitary hunters. This rock may have a nest nearby, but it's more than likely, because you've seen it a couple times, this entire you remember hearing from people that the Parched Sandfields is incredibly dangerous because of the nature of the creatures that live here. You've seen dragons, and you've seen rocks, and you've seen all manner of other things. This rock and probably the other denizens here are why it's so dangerous. The rock in particular being one nasty customer, but it seems that you could probably assume that its current environment, like its territory, is the entire Parched Sandfields. Lorne, you would know that rocks their origins come from the elemental plane of air. They are bred and raised and used actually to travel there, but that's about where your knowledge goes, as you've never been there yourself. They can be tamed, but you gotta do it when they're babies.
Yeah. Lauren mostly want to know what its favorite food mostly is. Like something like explain the thought process of it. I have the spell creation at level 5, and I'm thinking of trying to make this plan kind of work, because whatever, that we can create a food or something for it, or like a plant with the aroma of it that would spar through the desert, and hopefully attract the bird closer to the ziggurat, and then of course fly over there, and then we figured life out.
Well, I would say with Renoa's nature check, that is competing with a lot of potential meals in the entire expanse of the desert, and that's hoping that it would be somewhere nearby. Like, I love the idea, guys. Like, I don't want to discourage you, but like, unfortunately, it has a big area that it's home, and there's a lot of easy
Is it
meals and
too
camels and other
dicey?
animals. It's a little too dicey.
All right,
Manticores,
fine. The rock is out the window. What else we got, boys?
No, hold on.
It's possible, but you guys might be sitting here and waiting for a very long time.
Okay.
That's basically the thing I'm conveying here.
Okay.
So, mhm.
I've got another idea. Last rock idea. When I was young, and adventurers would come to try and hunt my father, he would only pick out the ones that were easy pickings to eat. But one time when I was only little, I was captured by someone, and he came straight out and killed them. So, what if we go and steal one of the rock's babies or eggs and give it to the ziggurat? And then he wouldn't be attacking for food, or she. He would be attacking.
Manticore,
Yes?
it's gonna take us forever to find that thing's nest.
I think
And time is of the essence.
Albrin might be dead already, but he would surely be dead if we tried to get a rock's eggs.
Okay,
Chap-
okay.
Chapter
Then-
2 of Manticore's baby kidnapping scenario. Let's go.
Then let's just do that on the way out.
Miles stabs his dagger into the sand. Look, last time I slipped. I'm not gonna slip this time. Let me scout it out. Let me do it.
All right, good luck, boy.
That's what I'm good at. You guys come with me for backup. We'll get close. We can do this. We need to
Okay,
get in there.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I can at least help you move faster, give you about an hour of extra speed.
That would be lovely. He says very
Um,
assuredly.
And what's our plan if you get caught?
Oh,
Should we
wait.
drive in there and tear them apart?
Well, I don't see us as having any other choice. We
I
need to
like
go
it, I'm in.
somewhere. What other? If anyone has a better plan,
Nope,
feel free to
that's a good
speak
plan.
about it. Let's go on.
Oh,
I'm alive.
I have to just say an aside, the idea of you guys flying in on a rock is incredible, and the idea of kidnapping its child to piss off the rock is incredible. And I'm so mad you can't do it. Because I'm like, you could, but I'm like, you don't know where the nest is. And I hate that you don't know where the nest is.
We spend 3 months doing it. We come here, we find the skeleton of
Albin
True
True
Boots.
Boots is
Right,
just like
exactly.
dead.
He's been
Yeah,
rescued by
with
another
that.
group.
Oh my god.
I love it. I feel so bad. I want this for me, man. Like I'm like, God damn it, I want it for me, but why
It's all
can't
right.
rocks be beasts? It would be so amazing. But they're
It would
not.
be great.
Somehow
we
our
go.
party's become a bunch of morons, and like, it's amazing. I love it.
All right,
Yeah,
so the plan is we're sending in Miles to go in by himself.
Yes.
Are we giving him any invisibility, any flying? Are we giving him any buffs? He has 20 minutes to get from his location with you guys to the ziggurat.
I was gonna give him freedom of movement.
I would assume they would come like halfway with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
if you
would
guys
go
wanna do
as
that.
close as we can with him, so that any buffs we give will last as long as possible, and we can
Yeah.
run in if he gets in trouble, because we won't know if we're 20 minutes away.
Okay. Now, what side do you guys wish to approach the ziggurat from?
I was
Said-
thinking northwest.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Northwest?
think
Okay.
northwest as well.
All right. So, as you guys set off over the desert sand, making your way, I'm going to hide everything because you guys don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Let's have a little peek.
Please.
I'm going to say all of you guys are approaching around. Roll 20, stop being a butt.
Never.
All you make perception checks for me.
Okay,
Okay.
10. Good start.
Nice, good start.
Also 10.
An 8.
I win. I'm the highest.
No.
Alrighty, awesome. I love it.
I don't.
You do not see anything.
No, no, no.
And as I move your guys' characters around,
Oh, we've come here at night as well, right?
you guys want to wait till nighttime?
Well, didn't we just have a long
No,
rest, right? And it was
we
the
did.
sun going
So
down?
it's probably like dawn now, right?
Okay.
Early
3 seconds
morning.
gone. Okay,
The
cool.
4 a.m. battle plan, I assume. So it's like probably like 4 or 5 a.m. Very cold outside, by the way. The moment you step out, you're like, okay.
I like it.
It's refreshing.
Roll 20 is just not wanting me to have dreams today.
Beat
You
it up.
could. Yeah, punch the internet right in the kisser.
Don't let it on you. Beat it up where it stands. You'll take
Yeah.
nothing from internet.
I think we're starting to get those Saturday Prince Division rolls.
We really are, yeah. You
come
guys
No,
did
we're
good
not.
last week.
We're just getting the bad rolls out of the way so we can get the great rolls.
That's right.
It's true.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Natural 20s from here on out. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
Keep spirits high.
there's been a lot of nat 20s rolled on the other dice side of
That's
things.
true.
You know?
That's true.
All right,
Also-
so if you guys go up to the top left, you will see where you are currently.
Okay.
As Miles, before you go.
Yeah.
Before you go. I have a question for you, son. Do you have any family?
I do. That I do. I have.
Ah, great. Cool. Here, fly. Good luck, boy.
Okay.
As
He was about to
as-
introduce his family, but
and as he jettisons off upward, she's also going to cast freedom of movement on him.
Okay.
Nice. That's
what
a
does
really
that
good
do?
idea.
That's an
Uh,
amazing spell. Go ahead and
Here,
click
I'll put
freedom
it
of
in.
movement.
Yeah. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
She's like,
You-
"Ah!" and like taps his arm before he goes off.
am I in no clip right now?
You're in no clip. So basically what this means is that you cannot be paralyzed and you cannot be restrained. And if someone puts like manacles on you, you can just slip right out of them. Like nothing happens.
Oh my god. Okay.
And
The-
flying, so you're like
The only
gliding.
thing you can escape from is magical restraints.
Okay. Okay.
And you have no penalty on difficult terrain. I think specifically water. I don't know.
It
I
doesn't.
think it's just
It just says unaffected by difficult terrain. That's
okay.
it.
Sweet. Yeah. So you literally are like, it's like someone just dumped you in like lard. You're very slippery now.
I'm doing the Amnesia Dark Descent speed run right now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So you take off into the air. Go ahead for me and roll a perception check.
Perception. Wah,
Got this.
21.
Whoa.
That's good.
Ooh, roll a stealth check for me.
Stealth check. Let's go, baby. 13.
Okay. I rolled terribly.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Good.
So I'm gonna-
Good.
Yes.
I'm gonna reveal some of the area here as you're flying above, which gives you some advantage.
Okay. I figured that this would be a gated thing from the back, but
It's a gated
gonna-
community.
yeah.
Let's go security
We're
guards
now,
going around.
They got a
Well, I'm so proud of Miles.
Little golf course.
You know,
Huh?
I'm so proud of Miles. You know, I knew he would always be like 5 parallel universes ahead of us in this.
I think I did too.
I'm glad. Thanks for
Oh,
knowing what the hell.
Miles.
Yes.
As you're flying above, immediately to the north of your position, you see what appears to be a stable, and you see there are 2 3 that are guarding the doors of the stable. To the south of that, you see what looks to be a feeding trough that has long been abandoned. And actually
Okay.
running down the length of it, I say abandoned, but it's old. It looks very old and decrepit. Running down the length of it, you see how many is there at the moment. I don't have icons for them. I'm very sorry, so please forgive me. You see 5 hadrosauruses that have been tied and appear to be just kind of sitting there at the moment, running down the length of this sort of feeding trough, like tie off area. Like it's kind of like a, it looks like a place for like people traveling. They can feed their beasts of burden.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. To the
Clearly, like this was occupied.
yeah, but it's strange because there are beasts there now, but the building itself looks like it's barely ever been used. To the south of that, you can just see the cusp of water, and you can see a 3 currently just scooping down and taking a drink. And as you kind of hover above the ziggurat, you can see, as if unmoved, those 2 Tlinkali standing guard. On top of this roof, with its back turned to you, not noticing you, is a 3 just keeping a general look out on the horizon line. It seems to be just doing a general survey, like just keeping an eye on everything.
Okay. One of the big ones or a small one?
That one there appears to be just a normal 3
Okay.
The 2 that are guarding the stables are 2 super majors. They have the bigger heads, bigger jaws.
Okay. Well, I suppose if it's okay, I can try to scout the other side as well by tracing the back.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead for me and roll a stealth check.
Stealth, baby. 23.
Yeah.
Very nice.
As you fly overhead, you kind of land on top of the ziggurat. It has a flat top to it, but no entry point. You gently kind of make your way walking across. You do notice one of the Tenkali kind of turns and leers its head up, and you just manage to kind of duck behind the stone, holding your breath. You're just kind of like, and you watch as it turns back into place, and you make your way across.
Okay.
Oh.
Mal's heart is beating really fast.
Go ahead for me and roll another perception check.
Perception. 21.
Very nice. As you perceive,
Blessed roll 20.
Yeah, I told you.
No, roll 20, please.
You can do it. We believe.
Are you speaking into my mind?
Boom. You see all of
Yes.
this.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay.
But you also hear sounds, and as you look down below, you see a very large group.
Oh.
This appears to be what maybe was an inn at some point and has been just smashed to pieces. And inside, kind of den-like, is a giant scorpion feasting on one of the dead 3 Kreen that you killed. And you see 2 of them kind of talking over a campfire, while another one perched on top of the building to the south is also looking in a similar sort of formation and has not noticed you.
Okay. At this point, seeing the crack in the wall and seeing the three Kreen being feasted on, I think I would head back to the party.
Okay, go ahead and roll another 2 stealth checks for me.
2 stealth checks, okay. First one, 15.
Yes.
Okay, roll another one.
26!
Yes.
I rolled a 5 and a natural 1.
Oh my
Nice.
god. See, we're just
snoozing.
getting the bad rolls out.
They're snoozing.
You land in front of your companions. The wings kind of fold inwards.
All right,
I'm
guys.
so glad you made it back.
I did it. I didn't fall on my face.
That's
Held my
good.
breath the whole time.
All right. First of all, thank you both for the little helps there. That was very nice. Second off, here's what I saw. On the west side, which was right in front of us right now, there are 2 big boys standing in front of the ziggurat, the ones that we fought earlier. And there's 4 little Thee Kreen just kind of patrolling. However, if you go to the other side of the Metacallan ziggurat, there's actually a hole in the wall and a giant scorpion eating a dead body.
Oh.
Brutal.
Yeah. It was kind of a sore sight, but
That is
I'm
the
gonna
way
say-
of nature.
I think that's gonna be the way to go. Unless we want to barge right in the front, that's our entry point.
I just
And any
imagine he
of
says
you-
that, he turns over, Manticore's just vibrating.
Can you, any of you, speak with beasts such as the scorpion?
Listen, I only speak Common, Draconic, and Dwarvish, so
Damn it.
If it is indeed a beast, I might be able to work with it.
Renoa, giant scorpions are beasts, yes. They're an animal.
Then yes.
If we go that side, we can promise him that he'll get a lot of meals if he causes a distraction.
it's almost like the Rock Plan.
That's true. And at least it would actually be useful this time. It should work. As long as they don't notice me, I think I have to be, I'd have to be somewhat close. Not very close, but close enough.
Yes.
I personally don't see much of an option here.
Yeah. Well, at least we could get some help.
If it all kicks off, are we heading straight for the stairs and up the temple?
I don't know about that one, Applesauce. Thinking about running up the stairs and all the 3 Kreen just turning and coming for us.
Well, if how you describe things is how it is in my mind. If I could get the scorpion to attack the three queen without us being seen, then the Tinkali wouldn't care. I would imagine. The way that they didn't mind that the three queen died, they would just assume the scorpion was the three queen's problem and not pay attention to us.
Yes, they might even see them more like kin.
Right. So maybe there's another entrance, or we could cause
That's
some
what
kind
I'm
of a
thinking.
distraction.
I wanted to look at the ziggurat seems to not be completely inside the walls. We could just kind of mosey. Miles, you didn't see anything, behind in the northern part of the section, right?
I did not.
Let's since there's no sentries there, let's just kind of feel around the ziggurat and see if we can detect either a hidden entrance or maybe another passageway as we make our way towards the east side.
Good idea. An
Sounds good to
escape
me.
tunnel.
I will say this. To scale the ziggurat in that way, you would either need to have a natural climbing speed, which is a specific speed, or a magical means to do so, as it is a sheer flat surface on the sides.
I
no,
am
that's
a
great.
horse.
You are, which means
Yeah,
you're going to have
will
an
not
extra
work.
bad time. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's fine. I'm actually thinking there might be like a door, like on the flat side.
Lauren,
I
go
could
around
also, I could actually also scale it if we need anyone to check along the side of it as we go, because I can do that.
this is a bit morbid, but Lauren, are you able to create a dead Thecreen body?
That'll be a game master question. If Crazy
Yeah.
would allow me to do that, but we didn't go with that idea. So during the preparation, I didn't take it.
Okay.
So
okay.
I'll
Okay.
say no.
Scratch that.
We could provide a dead Miles body if that's not
Come here, Miles.
snap his
Ah,
neck.
you got a brother, right? Your family will be fine.
This is what you get for grabbing the rock. I'm down with the plan to walk towards the other side while trying to detect other entrances, if you guys want to.
Okay. All right. So, as you guys make your way around, roll perception checks for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
8.
also be scaling maybe 20 feet up?
4.
Sure,
Going
absolutely.
horizontally?
Like a gecko.
25.
Nice.
14.
And then Miles, one more perception check for you.
Okay. 15.
You guys keep your eyes open, making your way. Kind of the sand here, by the way, is very soft and it's very hard to go through. But you guys managed to make your way around. And
Yep,
as
for
you guys
Miles.
look at the ziggurat, kind of stare up and look around, it's a solid structure. You, Mantigores, you're kind of like tapping at specific points. You see no entry point on this backside. This thing has stood the test of time and appears to be a very, very solid structure.
It's just a bigger rock than the bird. Okay.
Huh?
How are we gonna do this?
I need to be within about 60 feet of it. So we'll need to
You
get a
make it-
little bit closer.
That'll probably make all the three queen come out.
Well, if I can be quiet enough,
Would we be able to? I don't know if you can see my ruler here, but
I
through
do.
this side of the wall is
Through
about
it?
60 feet. Can you talk to
Let
it
me
through the
see.
wall?
A
Monty?
beast that you can see within
Oh.
range. So I have to like peep around a corner and see it.
So if we all stack Rhinoa on our shoulders, and a pulley system.
Scooby Doo stack. All
Wait, you
right.
said 2 tons, right?
I have another method we could use,
Maybe.
but Monty, how do you feel about if my character wouldn't know, but I have a suggestion out of game?
Mhm.
Would you prefer I don't say it?
Well, your character also has a lot of experience with insects because of the nature of your character's like presentation and his
Well,
upbringing.
this is more about
so-
polymorph.
Oh,
I was gonna
polymorph.
suggest that. I was going to suggest we could polymorph into a giant scorpion, then sneak her in to talk to it.
If I can get...
If you use polymorph, at that point, she would not have to use speak with animals, and she's just a scorpion at that point and can talk to another scorpion.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so you would actually save a spell slot as well.
It is a higher spell slot to cast.
I did take it, so. Patrick, what idea do you have in your noggin?
If only we were a scorpion.
Scorpion. An original, completely original idea has boggled into my mind, Mantricle. Thank you. Renoa, you're good at talking to scorpions, right? You know, with the animal folk.
I've spoken to some, yes, but...
Good, you know the mannerisms. Would you like to be one?
I suppose it would be interesting.
Okay, so as you do that, Miles, come here, son. And I kind of like put a hand over Miles, like.
What you need, old man?
When you listen to Scorpion, do you know it's like its interests? Do you know what it likes? You know, like.
Certainly not money.
Like, so would no one bring it flowers? Like, why?
What?
Why?
I mean,
Don't worry about it.
All you really need to do is tell him there's a tasty treat outside.
Excellent. Straight to its stomach. Straight to anything's hot. All right, Renault. Here's the plan. We turn you into a scorpion, and you can sneak inside there and talk to the other scorpion and convince it that everything else is a bad guy, and if he eats them all, it gets infinite food.
Yes.
Do the three Kreen understand scorpions?
No, but you understand the scorpion, and they'll just assume you're another one of its pets.
You could probably just whisper. I don't know if...
How intelligent are the three Kreen?
That's a good question, Mega Man. They seem like not super dumb. Like they're not super dumb, but they don't seem to be very genius. They're a hive mind in a way, so it's a hard thing to gauge.
Okay. Do I know, like, it's speaking scorpion to scorpion would be completely unintelligible to a three Kreen, correct? Or would I know that with it?
I mean, it depends on how much you guys would know about three Kreen. That's the question.
I mean, since Renault has been out in the desert helping people for a long time and just kind of wandering about, she might know.
Go ahead and roll a history check, I'd say.
18.
You get the sense that these are probably similar to, like, human beings can't talk to horses. It's the same situation.
Okay,
so
great.
they can tame them. They have better, resources to tame such creatures, but you don't get the sense that they can speak to each other.
And are scorpions out here more solitary creatures, or do they normally like pair up? Or would this be strange for another scorpion to come near another scorpion?
Scorpions are very territorial animals, but they have been known to meet up for matings. That's about it. Plus, if they have multiple scorpions in their employ, there's no doubt that they would, keep multiple, but they would probably keep them separate for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm shrugging. I mean, like there are situations where scorpions interact for certain in nature. So
you could tell the scorpion that we have a big tree near a cave. We'll make it nice and damp, and it'll have a nice home to go back to.
I'm sure I'll think of something.
Monty, did you say that the scorpions were basically enslaved in this situation?
No, they're like pets. Like they're like
pets, okay.
like they're like beasts. Yeah, they're like like having guard dogs or having a mount or something like that. Like it's the same situation.
Can you tell us whether or not the scorpion feels comfortable and at home and happy?
That's a question you're gonna have to ask if you polymorph yourself.
Well, I suppose we can try.
If it goes wrong, we'll kill everything there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have your back, Renoa.
Okay. I'll
Excellent.
be a scorpion.
Excellent. All right, I'll come over here, and I have my hands out like I'm about to start patty caking.
She like awkwardly looks at her hands and then lifts them up to his hands.
All right, cool. All right, patty cake. You're a scorpion. Immediately.
All right, Renoa, what do you look like as a scorpion?
She is an albino scorpion.
Nice. And there's flowers in the tail.
Yep.
I just want that for me. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Just a little fixture of flowers at the end. Yeah. Near the stinger.
All right. Renoa, you are now. I'm assuming you're going with the giant scorpion variant and not a normal scorpion, which
Yes,
is tiny.
giant.
Hey,
Small.
look down here.
You see as the kind of multi-clawed mandibles kind of flicker around and the giant sort of lobster-like claws kind of set forward, these little hairs and the massive stinger that runs back.
You've got this.
She snips her tiny claws in affirmative response.
And if worse comes to worse, we'll kill the other scorpion and then dress your real form up so you look like one of the Thry Queen
Wait, can we understand each other anymore?
and Gully.
Oh yeah.
really, no.
You probably can't.
Renoa just continues snipping her claws like, whatever you say, buddy. And then she'll just start making her way in to go see Mr. Scorpion.
All right. As you gently make your way through, as you get to about that point, you watch as the three queen that are kind of like poking the fire, just kind of trying to go and kind of see you and kind of stand up and walk over. And you watch as the scorpion that is feasting on the body actually sees you as well. And why are you not letting me touch things? Video game. Hold on.
Had one of those scorpions in my bathroom one time, Lauren.
Ugh.
It's no good.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They crawl around in the sand, the outhouses. It's no good.
What do
It
you
just
say
kind
to-
of small to flame when I use the bathroom.
You watch as
Stop
the
that.
scorpion kind of turns around and sees you. What do you say? The three queen kind of seem perplexed. You watch as one of them kind of bats the other one. The other one goes moving into one of the, like inside. And you can see it's like unhooking some rope. It looks like, oh, we can tame another scorpion, right?
She's still like not fully. She's very thrown off by being a scorpion, so she sees the other scorpion and like waves with a pincher of like, hello.
The other scorpion kind of stops and goes, hello there.
Are you enslaved? Would you like to not be?
It kind of like does a little like shift over and looks at the food and looks back and goes, I think I got benefits. I think.
Clearly not enough if they're only giving you leftovers.
What else is there to have but leftovers, though?
Fresh. Look around
Fresh?
you, there's plenty.
Yeah, but that take works, though.
What if I helped?
Roll a persuasion check.
What if I help you murder
I
the
like it. I like the scorpion has benefits.
4?
No.
-4, because you're a scorpion, technically.
Oh,
Oh
God.
yeah.
So literally nothing.
Yeah, that's a 0.
Oh my god, that's a 3 on the scorpion. All right. Scorpion kind of snips its claws and he goes, are you trying to take my food? Is that what you're here for?
No, not at all. I just don't think that it's right that you should be here eating leftovers when you could have fresh.
And what fresh do you have for me? And you watch as he kind of like this like three queen is like looking like, wow, this scorpion just walked up. You watch as he just gets trampled over by this scorpion. It's like ah! And it like raises up its claws. You know when you see crabs trying to fight and they're just like ready to go? Like not really, they're not ready to throw down, but they're like, look at how big my claws are. Like you see the scorpion now is approaching you and doing the same thing.
Well, what about those?
And she points behind to the three queen that are behind it.
You just walked over it so easily. You could eat it with no problem.
Roll another persuasion check.
6.
No.
Persuasion's not her strong suit.
You rolled a
Can we,
2
like-
minus 1.
Right.
It kind of stops snipping and goes, yeah, but there's so many.
Right. But the group I travel with gives me fresh all the time. They
You
would come
get
and
fresh
help
all the time?
all the time. They would come in and help you eat all the fresh you wanted today.
What does this sound like to everyone?
You guys,
behind the
as
wall?
you're around the side, you just hear.
I hope everything's going okay in there.
Can we be like looking around the corner at him? Like obviously just keeping an eye and Lord just like, I think it's going really well.
I just realized all the tokens I have on the map actually went on the map layer instead of the token layer.
Oh.
Oh
So I gotta go and very quickly fix that. Sorry.
The next time I
Okay.
see 2 bugs next to each other now, I'm just going to imagine this conversation.
The 3 Kreen comes out with a rope. And is gonna try and lasso you, Renoa.
Gonna immediately try and back up.
Okay, go ahead and roll an acrobatics check or athletics check as a scorpion. So either +2 for strength, +1 for dexterity.
17.
Wow. As the 3 Kreen kind of does, like, you know, the sort of like yeehaw and throws out the noose, you just grab it in your claw and you throw it to the ground as you continue your conversation. And the 3 Kreen goes, "Ah, ah,
And
ah."
she looks at the other scorpion and immediately goes,
That's how you could be if you had fresh every day.
Roll another persuasion check with advantage.
7.
Dang it,
Why do you do this to me?
-4.
3.
You watch as the scorpion goes, fresh every day. Fresh every day. I want fresh every day. And he starts going, and you watch as one of the 3 Kreen grabs it, and he's got to make a competing athletics check because he's actually got like ropes on him too. So that's his strength check, and that's the 3 Kreen. You watch as he starts to approach, he's yanked and pulled back by the 3 Kreen who stop him. He kind of starts stamping and goes, I want fresh! Very frustratedly.
She goes,
Then kill him and have it.
Okay, roll a persuasion check.
with advantage.
You know what? Sure, at this point,
Yes.
absolutely.
7, thank God.
So it ties, so aggressor wins. I need everybody to
just-
roll initiative for me.
Oh, God.
You got it. You got it.
26.
I need to take your dice away. You're not allowed anymore.
17.
Lauren got 11.
Oh,
I got
my-
a 5.
Probably
You're
would have rolled
so
higher
unlucky.
with.
You have to
diehard
roll as a
dice.
scorpion, so re-roll and add a +1 because you're a scorpion right now.
Oh, re-roll +1.
Mm-hmm.
6.
Nice. Actually, that's going to be a 7 technically. So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, great.
This is dumb. I love this game.
Hooray.
This is
It
very
was a
good.
great idea. It was a great idea.
This is very good.
What makes this
Yeah.
funnier is the fact that not only is your charisma so shit, but also this giant scorpion's wisdom is a negative modifier, and its intelligence is also garbage. So it doesn't know any better.
It's like an oblivion conversation.
I want fresh. I want fresh.
She'll like
Oh my god! It got a natural 20 initiative.
yes.
Amazing.
Well, it wants fresh.
It's
What are you
getting
It
gonna
want
do?
fresh.
It want fresh. Okay, the enemies.
Got into 20, you would die hard die.
Thanks, Dire Dice.
If you want fresh dice,
If you want fresh dice, yeah, come to Die Hard Dice.
Have
You
it
can
every
get fresh.
day.
fresh dice every day.
+2, that's gonna be right in the middle.
Amazing.
All right.
And since you all are peeping around the corner, she'll like very quickly do a 360, like moving all the feet at once and like snip, 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 and then turn back around.
I'm gonna assume all you
Amazing.
guys are a bit closer to
yeah.
position. Yeah, just for the sake of ease. And with that, Man, oh man. All right, let's go. So, actually, you know what? This would be probably a really great time to do is actually have a break before we get
Okay.
right into combat.
Oh,
I will do that.
All right.
So you guys can have some time to think about what you want to do on your turn, and
Gosh.
I can feed my cat and do all that fun
Yeah.
jazz.
Get
I'll be
some
right back.
snacks.
Oh gosh. I'll hang out till someone gets back till peeps get back with their snack.
Okay.
I got nowhere else to go.
I will open the chat.
God, I love it.
Chat, I'm
People
coming
talk
for
to
you.
Animals. I love when people talk to animals with low intelligence. It's just the best.
It's amazing. I can't believe my charisma is so low.
Yeah, scorpions aren't the most charming things.
Not really, but neither is Renoa in the first place. She's real smart, but hello, chat. I'm here.
Are they saying nice things?
They're saying, "Oh Lord, she coming."
Oh, okay.
Horse waifu, cute equals evil, but the wizard is the snack.
Damn straight.
Can you say that a little bit more sassy?
Damn straight.
There you go. Just to save a
Nice.
sound clip later, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know, just to torture me and put it as an alert.
Damn straight.
Every time you get a donation, damn straight, Sonny.
I love it. Text
Summon
tone
a
for
lightning
more.
bolt.
What?
Probably do. Well, I'm actually probably just gonna fireball the living hell out of it.
Oh
Every
yeah.
night, no, you're safe.
I can't
Right.
I can't believe I basically just came in and like verbally shook a scorpion into attacking something.
It's like, but it can get fresh every day. I mean, who
Fresh-
would not
Fresh
want
every day.
Where are my keys?
Renoa is exactly the shy wallflower of the group. Lauren casts magic missile with a Z snap.
Just bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. Ow, ow, ow.
Behold
What the fuck?
wizard. Beware his power.
Hello, Nick. We got a Mr. Lanny Potato in there.
Oh my god.
Hi, Connor. I am, but it's dark out now, so I got nothing else to do but fight bears. Nice.
You will never win.
Against bears?
Yeah.
I went to West Virginia once, and
I'm sorry.
there was a trash can at the end of the walkway where I was staying, and we were taking a night stroll, and it seemed very nice. But then when we got close, the trash can, which is right in front of the walkway that leads to the front door, started to rumble. And I was like, oh, that's a strange thing for a trash can to do. And as we approached, the trash can, like, swayed side to side, but very violently, shaking at the same time. And as we had to approach the sidewalk to get to the front door, the trash can lid exploded off of the top. Trash flew everywhere. And a giant fat raccoon, like, burst forth like a firework. Trash exploding in all directions and screeched as loud as it could. I returned the favor by screaming loudly and ran inside. That's my
Succeeded
raccoon
in
story.
stealth attack.
Yeah, it really got me.
Demoralizing shot.
West Virginia was great, Aaron Fox. Yeah, whoever poo-pooed on West Virginia, poo-poo on you, sir.
The great thing is that everyone says like, "Oh, I went to this state," and no matter what it is, I'm just like, "I'm sorry,"
Oh,
no matter which one it is.
I'm back, by the way. Hello.
Hello.
Greetings. Welcome back. Welcome
This
back.
session's so much fun so far.
I know.
Loving it. Eat fresh.
Eat fresh.
It's still-
The desert delivery service.
I can actually
Mhm.
short rest and get polymorph back, and then still turn Manticore into a T-Rex.
Oh
But
my
have to
God,
wait-
I
you have
forgot.
to do a short rest.
I forgot about the something that I can do today. Soon. That would probably help a lot. But also, I can only do it a one time, so you know. I can't tell if this is our big bad or not. I'm kind of worried.
No, I think we're going to be going inside to fight something bigger.
Oh yeah.
But I'm
Absolutely.
concerned.
We're probably dragging this 3-shot out into a 4-shot.
I think we are.
I feel we need to get inside fairly quickly, or else it's gonna be like, oh well, we'll never know. Bye.
No, I could never stand for that.
Monty's gonna be like, and they all died. The end. Oh.
I would drive
no.
to Canada
Yeah.
I
and
would
commit
swim.
violent acts near Monty so that she knows what I'm capable of.
Near. Just murdering someone near her, going like, see the pull in the carpet? It's because you didn't extend the sessions.
There are violent people in your area.
You're now on the crime reporter when people look for their apartments.
Oh my goodness!
that's a lot of
Again
good
in the
stuff.
chat. Holy
Yo.
crumb muffins, Infinite Kitty.
So
I know
much.
we're gonna get there in a minute, but thank you already. That's insanity.
Hello, I'm back.
You're back.
That's having a good time too. I definitely am.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
here we go. Time to make the bread. All right, Mr. Insecure, the 100 bits suggested episode title: Eat Fresh. 100 bits from Stellar Coyote. Money, what do you say to the other Scorpion? Renoa, how do you do, fellow arachnids?
That's what basically happened, yeah.
Zenlita with 300 bits. Lol, said the Renoa. Lamau. Zanwin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 14 months. Another month. Hope y'all are doing well. Loving the stream. Fat Spartan, thank you so much for 100 bits. I love talking to animals with low intelligence. Guess that explains how she deals with the Wednesday crew. Jesus, that's mean.
Oh.
100 bits from Magic Ninja Goris Kirby Morrow.
Magic Ninja Go. Rip Kirby Morrow.
Magic Ninja Go. So earlier, I finally got done with watching the Tokyo Olympics opening ceremony, and I'm still amazed that video game music got played during it. I also felt a little dumb that I didn't recognize the Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and Monster Hunter themes that played in the beginning. Yeah, that was
Heck
wild.
Yeah, it was really cool.
They played Haikyuu during volleyball too.
That's awesome.
Okay, Scatflipsa. I'm probably saying that. Scatflipsa, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 7 months. Love this group.
Oh.
Infinite Kitty, they were gifting 50 more tier 1 subs to the community. Holy
Damn.
crap.
That's insane.
Oh my god.
We
It's
appreciate it
quiche.
so much.
That's
Thank you so
that's a lot of
much.
that's a lot of spammable emotes.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, also I'm unwrapping something. I very much apologize.
Cookie? You got snacks? What snacks you
I
got?
got fresh,
Where's the
dude.
snack? You gonna... Monty,
Mm-hmm.
can I have a snack?
Okay.
Are you gonna bring it to my house?
Maybe.
Could you? That'd be cool. If you did.
If you don't,
I'm
she might
hoping
just
to.
show up in your area and commit violent acts.
Whoa, what?
Oh, you
weren't
weren't there
here.
for
Don't
that.
worry about it.
Don't worry.
I did hear when I was walking back into my house, Monty and Violent, and then I tried to put my headphones on, but my hands were full.
I was just saying that if we have to extend the sessions, then we have to extend the sessions, Monty.
Yeah, that's okay. We can do that.
We have to do it. That's all I'm saying. We have to.
Oh, okay. Why is this so threatening?
No reason.
All right. Magic Ninja Go, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I also saw a huge double rainbow earlier. Damn, what does it
Ooh.
mean? Zenlita, so are we going to get an explanation for Toilet Scrubber Cat, or...
Okay, so Toilet Scrubber Cat is something that I've drawn for years. Toilet Scrubber Cat is always angry because they were born to be Toilet Scrubber Cat, and their tail is a toilet scrubber. So everyone just expects that they're going to scrub toilets for like their whole life, and that's just who they are, but it's not. And they're really frustrated by this expectation that just because, you know, you would think that they're going to scrub toilets forever, that's not what, you know, that's not what they're destined for. So that's why they look very grumpy and have a toilet scrubber tail. That's Toilet Scrubber Cat.
I see.
I just wanted you to know.
Blackfoot Fairy, thank you for the
I
lead
like
bits. You are a Scorpion Queen.
Yay! Am I married to the Rock?
I'm gonna have to get
Sick.
You know what? I'll do it. I'll do some bad CG just to make this.
Really?
I've never done it before, which means I'm totally qualified.
Yes. To do bad CG?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm ready.
Alrighty, you guys good to keep going?
Of course.
Everyone here, Zoran, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right. So, as we jump into initiative, let's get some more thematically appropriate music coming in.
No, this is good.
That wasn't that far off.
Yeah.
So, right off the gate immediately, and by the way, the scorpion actually had a name.
Oh.
Aww.
So
What
you
is
can
it?
ask that.
We'll
It's
find out if he lives.
it's Constantine. That's their name.
Oh.
Nice.
He's a boy scorpion. I looked up cool scorpion names.
Nice.
Constantine is going to immediately whip around and is going to attempt to make a tail attack. Actually, whoever wants to, just so I don't have to manage an NPC. Does someone want to pull up giant scorpion stats for me? Pick one amongst you to manage this giant scorpion.
That's too many tasks for
I don't know how to
me.
read.
I'm a barbarian. I don't have to read much at the moment, so I can do it.
Zoran, I'm going to give you the giant scorpion. You're in charge of Constantine. Okay?
Okay, Zoran.
Also, because Zoran probably has the books and has the stat block.
Thank you. In
I can-
advance.
I appreciate the assumption, but I have my DD on it. I think
You're playing
I
a
should
wizard.
have the-
You need to pay attention.
That's right. That is correct. I can figure it out.
All right.
You just have to give me a minute because I tried to download the monster manual and it was like, and it still
If you
says
want me
download
to
failed.
do it, I don't mind doing it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
go
mind
ahead because my monster manual actually won't open up.
Oh.
So-
Yeah.
So for me, Joe Fudge, I almost called you Joe Cat. Oh my god. They're gonna start with a
Better
sting
joke.
attack
Mm-hmm.
on the street crane immediately behind it.
Okay. So yeah, I guess it would attack the one right behind it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. There you go. 17.
Oh.
that hits.
All right. Nice.
So the damage is going to be
I
for
got
the
you.
sting attack is
Oh, I
1d10
got
plus
full.
2.
Oh
You got the
my.
Oh my god.
That's
Wow,
nice.
wow.
Yo.
And then they have to make a con save, be a DC of 12, or they take 4d10. Nice.
That
Poison
is a
damage.
con save. That is an 8, so that is a failure. So go ahead and roll the poison damage.
Oh
That's
my
15 points of
God.
poison damage.
This is the best day.
Alright.
Constantine.
Constantine, it wants fresh. So in total, that's going to be 12 plus. That's going to be 27 points of damage.
Oh my lord.
Jeez.
That is ludicrous. What a legend.
What an absolute legend Constantine is. So that's Constantine's turn. And immediately the three crane lets out a screaming cry, like a sort of low rumbling noise. The Tenkali turns and sees the disturbance, but doesn't care and turns back. Because as far as he's concerned, they've just lost control of their beast and has gotten attacked.
Yup.
Here's a question. It says he can make 3 attacks with his multi.
Oh, yeah. You have claw attack. Yeah, go
He
ahead.
gets 2 claw attacks.
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
god.
Yo.
Okay.
Bless you for knowing this.
I finally found this
16
out.
to hit.
That hit.
Okay, it's a 1d8 plus 2 bludgeoning damage. And that's 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And I believe the target is immediately grappled.
He is, yep.
Um,
I'm glad we're not fighting this thing.
can he move at all?
He can, yeah. He has movement.
Can he move 1 space down and then try and grapple the other one as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, why not?
Yeah, each of the claws can grapple one target.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So, and that's a dirty 20.
Soft 20, that hits, yep.
Nice. And that is another 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and that one's grappled as well. This
Oh
scorpion
my god.
is a permanent member of our team.
Yeah.
Constantine immediately is like, I want fresh! And you watch Renoa as it whips around, stabs its tail into one of the 3 Creed, who lets out this horrible groaning noise, and you see this like horrible convulsion in its face, and it grabs it in its claws and grabs the other one in its claws. Now, while they're grappled that way, he can only attack those same targets with each claw. And he just holds on to them, and he seems furious. You just hear in his, like, the rest of you guys hear, and Renoa, you were, I want fresh!
If a scorpion could smile, Renoa is doing it.
Miles, it is now your turn.
Is it possible for me to stand on Rhinoa the Scorpion without impairing any of her movement?
Because she is a large creature, yes.
Okay.
Now, getting on top of a creature takes half your movement to do.
But he also still has freedom of movement on.
Unfortunately, this isn't escaping a bind or going through a difficult terrain. This is him physically climbing on top of you, so it
Could I
does
just
take half
jump
his
it?
movement.
With like, can I acrobatics my way on top of the Scorpion?
I'm gonna say it's still gonna take half your movement to do that. Because
Half my movement, that's fine.
that is the natural ruling, yeah. So half your natural movement. So if you have 30 feet of movement, then it would be 15 feet to get on the back of the Scorpion.
Okay. But if I use feline agility, would that make it 30?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Then I would like to do that. I'll move on top of the Scorpion.
Okay. I'm assuming the Renoa Scorpion, who knows you.
Would not kill me. Yeah.
Shoo. You get in, you stand on the back of the flat Scorpion, and Renoa, you feel something on top of your head, and you can actually see it. You do have eyeballs that let you see. You see Miles standing above you, and you know him. He's a friend. He provides fresh.
Okay.
Miles looks down. Things going all right here, I see. And he's going to pull out the light crossbow and try to shoot one of the Thecreen that Constantine is holding.
Okay, absolutely. They're grappled, so there's no penalty.
Okay. I'll roll damage. 16.
16, are you attacking the weaker one or the one that's just been grabbed?
The weaker one.
Okay, 16, that absolutely hits. And technically the Scorpion is your ally, so you do get sneak attack on this.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yes.
So 12
Oh my god.
piercing.
Amazing.
And
Sneak
then
attack damage?
Oh my
19.
god.
He is gone. And as he dies, you watch as turning around, Constantine turns around and has the dead body in his head and looks at you and goes, fresh! Like excitedly, like he's had this revelation.
I'm going to give him a thumbs up.
And Renoa's gonna be like, yes, isn't it great?
All
That'll
right,
end my turn there.
that'll end your turn. Mantagore, it is now your turn. You hear just chaos around the corner.
Yep, I think.
There's a building to sneak around as well, so that you don't get in view of the Tinkali.
That's true. That would be quite a lot of.
It is, but we don't want the Tinkali.
Yeah, do you know what? I can make that if I dash. Because that'd be my full movement to get down there. So I'm gonna dash all the way down there.
All right, you go around the backside of this building.
Okay. And I'm gonna rage. And
Okay.
you just see my claws grow out into natural ones. These great big manticore claws as hands. And I will. Do you know what? Actually, can I end my turn just before the edge so I can stay out of range? So he's just gonna get there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wrap himself up. And
As
that's
you
where
make
I'm
your way
gonna turn.
there,
Mhm.
I'm going to reveal more of the map, just because you're now in a
Awesome.
position where you can see more.
Yeah.
I'm just going to reveal this entire half of the map.
Bless.
Boom.
Oh, that's
That
not bad.
sting attack, by the way, is insane.
Mm-hmm.
4d10 poison damage.
Giant
it's pretty
scorpion, but you have to make the saving throw, and the saving throw is pretty easy at higher levels. Like DC
it's
12
not a
is
very
pretty.
big one.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. All right, so Mantagore, as you turn the corner, you do see positioned on the wall are two scouts, two guards who haven't seemed to have noticed the situation and are keeping a lookout. That ends your turn, Mantagore.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
All right, it is now the 3 Crean's turn. This one is dead. The other one is going to attempt to break the grapple. So I need a athletics check from... Oh, actually, it's got a DC, doesn't it? Yeah, it's escape DC 12, so it's going to be an athletics from the 3 Crean. he escapes. So he manages to push himself off of the claw, so he's no longer grappled. And he is probably going to attempt to subdue our boy, I think, because it's their pet, right?
Yeah.
So I need to make a competing athletics check for me, for Constantine.
I think it's just a +2. Oh, that is a 4.
No. As he jumps off and gets free, you watch as he comes over with these clasps, and he clacks, like almost like, you know when they put rubber bands on a lobster? He clasps this metal clasp over the claw that he was just grabbed with, so you no longer have that claw attack anymore. You're down to 1 claw, 1 stinger attack. And that is his action. The other 3 Creed is notified of what's going on. And the question is, can he see? Nope. That corner blocks you guys from view.
Thank
Perfect.
God. I'm
This
so
one
glad
is-
I backed up.
This one is going to jump down and is going to attempt to clasp another claw. So another athletics check for Constantine.
You got it.
Ooh.
That's a 19.
As it goes to clamp over the claw, Constantine just like rears its claw out and like pushes him back in this like frenzy.
Nice.
And then I'm going to roll. Nope, they don't care. They do not care. That ends
Yes.
the 3 Cream's turn. Lauren, it is now your turn.
Ron is rushing up, going, wait for me! Cast mirror image on himself, you know, knowing that he'll get blasted if he doesn't, so multiple of Lauren's coming over. And
All
like,
right.
wait for me, everybody. That's the end of my turn.
Renoa, you're a scorpion. What are you doing?
She would probably. Oh man. She wants to go help, but Miles is standing on her. How far can I run as a scorpion?
You can run 40 feet as a scorpion. You also have Miles on your back, and it doesn't impart a penalty because you are a size larger than him, so
Yeah.
you also
You're
cannot
pretty
fit
good.
through that space because you're large.
Oh man. So oh, that's right, because that's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way for me to like?
You trying to buckle me off?
Yeah.
I also linked you the creature stats, Caitlin.
Huh?
I've linked you the giant scorpion creature stats, so you can look at all your stuff on a.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I don't really know what I'm able to do as a giant scorpion.
They pretty much claw and sting.
Would I
Well,
be
he's
able to get
thinking-
off as like part of her action? If that's what she wants.
Is that possible to like slough him off and then run forward?
If Miles does not resist, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I can slide off.
Yeah. She would just run forward and
It's like
start
pushing a-
attacking probably the one on the right since I can actually reach it. Yeah.
He is not within your reach. You'll have to move around the corner, unfortunately. So you'd have to go here.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So, since you're a giant scorpion, you have 3 attacks.
Okay.
You have 2 claw attacks and your sting attack. What would you like to do first?
Let's do the claw attacks first. And then I roll what for that again? I'm sorry.
All right. So that's going to be for the claw attack is going to be a D20 plus 4 to hit.
D20, how do I, oh, hang on. D20, beep, 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 beep. Doink. 21.
Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage, which is going to be for a claw attack is going to be 1d8 plus 2.
1d8 plus 2. 6.
Okay. 6 points of damage.
And you have snagged him.
And he is now in your claw. He is grappled. As he has this clasp that he's trying to put on the other scorpion, you just snatch him up out of nowhere, and you see him go, as this random white scorpion just turns the corner and snatches him up. You have another claw attack, and you have your sting attack.
I'm gonna try and snip his head off if I can.
With your claw? Absolutely, go
Yeah.
for it. Go for another
and
claw
then I
attack.
do, it's a d20 plus 4, you said?
Yep.
Doink.
Unfortunately, as you go and you try and snip his hand, he brings up his arms and like stops your claws with the clamp, like the metal clamp. It just like brings it up like a vice and just kind of stops you. And he's like looking on either side as his tender neck is exposed, and he's just looking at your intent. But you still have your sting attack.
And I'm gonna do it.
All right,
The big one.
that's same roll. So d20 plus 4.
18.
That hits. Go ahead and roll 1d10 plus 2.
I'm aiming straight for the throat. 4.
4 points of damage, and he's gonna have to make a saving throw. Oh my god. Go ahead
What?
for me and
Yes.
roll 4d10 poison damage as you
Yes, I will.
as you
Love
strike
to.
into his neck, and at first he's like, ah! But then you pump in the poison into his neck.
4d10, you said?
4d10.
Gladly. 22.
Good roll.
Dead. You just pump the poison, and as he tries to resist, you watch as his body just slumps, and you manage to toss the metal from your claw.
She like kind of dances like a little like woohoo! Kill
You do a
it!
little woo! And as you do your little dance, your multiple eyes notice the Tlinkali now turning and looking towards you, noticing a scorpion that they've never seen before.
She will skitter forward as fast as possible.
Okay.
Just it. I think we could take them all.
I think so too.
Actually,
All right,
she'll
that-
skitter over to this thing.
All right,
Getting
that
on
brings us
corpses.
that brings us to the top of the turn order with Constantine, the scorpion. He wants the guy in front of him dead because he clamped his claw. That is his logic right now.
Mm.
And he's still got one claw remaining, right?
She's got a claw and the sting.
Yeah, do you know what? Let's do the sting. Let's just make sure he dies. 18 to hit.
18 totally hits.
Yes.
You guys are rolling so well in the scorpions.
See, I told
Yeah.
you.
8 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And then the con save. I rolled the 4d10 anyway, because apparently it's half damage even on a success. 23.
Oh my god.
He takes the full damage because he rolled a 7 plus 1. Oh my
Wow.
god. I'm just double checking. Nope, they are not immune to poison. This is a bad time day for everybody involved.
It's a good day for us.
That is exactly the amount of health he had left. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Wow, amazing.
I'm imagining Constantine and Rhinoa are doing crab dance right now.
Oh yeah,
fresh,
for
fresh,
sure.
fresh. You got two like scorpions spinning in circles excitedly with the claws raised up. He's got like a guy in his claw. It's great. It's a good time.
And she
As far-
quickly also points out,
My group is going to come up behind us. So do not hurt them, only the ones that are here.
I would like Constantine to make a wisdom saving throw for me real fast.
Yeah, you got it.
It's only minus one.
minus 1. Okay, 13.
wow.
He's gonna eat on his next turn because he's got food in front of him.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hungry boy.
On this turn,
All right.
this is totally your character, so you go for it. But would
Yeah,
you
it's just
try
that
and
next
remove
turn
the
order, unless
clamp?
something significant happens to him, he's just gonna focus on eating because he's a scorpion.
Okay. Because he's still got one claw clamped, right?
He does, yeah.
Okay.
Miles, it is now your turn.
I'm not aware of the Thinkali looking our way, am I?
No, not at all.
Okay. Seeing all the three Kreen dead in the corner, I think Miles would just kind of walk his way up to the edge right here and peek around the corner to see if there's anything
Okay.
coming.
Go ahead and roll a perception check. Actually, roll a stealth check first.
Okay. Do that. 10.
Okay. You gently peek around the corner. In fact, you bring up like a mirror because, of course you have a mirror. You peek around the corner and you can see a Tlinkali pulling out that similar blade and that chain and seems to be making a path towards the scorpion in front of you. But you are not noticed.
Okay. Miles. He's not going to do anything else. He's just going to look alerted and be like, oh, we got big boys coming.
Alrighty.
Renoa will note that Miles is being secretive and kind of like hide back into the building a little bit.
Oh, it's not your turn.
Oh, shoots. I forgot. Never mind.
Yeah, still Miles'
Sorry.
turn. Miles, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
I think that's all he would do right now.
All right, Manticore, it is now your turn.
Yeah, I think Manticore's gonna run to. That's a bit too far away. I think he's gonna run. Yeah, no, I'll go here for now. I'm just gonna go down here, and.
All right.
I'm gonna prepare an action. I'm gonna prepare to throw a javelin if one of the big scorpions comes around that corner.
Okay. Sounds
Come
good.
towards us.
You kind of pull out your javelin, kind of like, kind of all ready to go.
Yep.
All right, that brings us to the three queens' turn. You hear as the Tlinkali lets out a yelling call, and none of you speak Tlinkali, because that would make absolutely no sense. And you hear a blaring horn as the alert has been called, but you've culled about three queens so far. I'm going to reveal the rest of the camp.
Oh god, oh god.
And interestingly enough, you guys haven't seen this, but there's something there as well. Alrighty. So, as the blaring horn has been called, all the three queen have been alerted. This Tlinkali is going to move center position. This Tlinkali is going to rush immediately and is going to attack you, Renoa, who is a scorpion.
Oh god.
That was a natural one on my javelin throw.
Oops.
Oh.
No, no, no.
I'm going to roll severity on the javelin throw.
Oh no, 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 no.
So 6, it just misses. Alrighty.
Oh my god. Oh, that could have been very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, I'm just reading the abilities of the Tlinkali real fast.
I wish you didn't.
I'm doing it. 22
I
to
know.
hit you as a scorpion, Renoa.
As a scorpion. Yeah, 15.
Yeah, that hits. So that's going to be...
My hit points are
6.
52.
Yes, you have 52 hit points, and you're about to take 6 points of piercing damage as this thing whips out. You ever see like Castlevania when like Trevor Belmont like throws out the whip and it just wraps around something?
Uh-huh.
You just get completely coiled, and since you are a large creature, you are restrained.
Oh.
And with
You
you
said-
restrained,
6.
yeah, you take 6 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm just going to grab the restrained condition so you know what that means. A restrained creature's speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
And it is going to make a sting attack.
Oh,
Actually,
God.
you know what? It noticed Manticore. It is going to move towards you, Manticore, and it's going to make a sting attack towards you.
Go for it.
Because as far as
Also,
it's
my,
concerned...
My rage is not on because I didn't attack last time, so.
And I can't do anything as it passes me.
You can make an attack. Well, it's not leaving your combat space. Actually, hold on. What can it maneuver here? You have climbing speed? No, you do not. I'm just going to zoom in the battlefield a little bit more here just for the viewers at home. There is a gap. I would say it can move through you because it's not a structure, and it's going to climb over top of you because it
Oh,
is a large
golly.
creature as well.
Okay.
So it's going to move over to this side here, and it is going to make a sting attack against you, Manticore. You watch as this thing like kind of shoves aside and climbs over Renoa's scorpion form that's all now bound up. Your claws are pulled into your body, Renoa. Your tail is slacked down with the weight of the chain, and it's spiked too, so it hurts. This thing whips around and kind of sweeps its body and goes for a sting attack against you, Manticore. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Ooh.
That hits.
All right. You are not raging, correct?
Let me just double check.
I think if you get attacked, it counts that you.
Yeah, you're
you,
right.
You
yeah.
didn't though, so.
The first time I ran and didn't do anything. That was the turn I raged. So it's since if you haven't attacked a hostile creature since your last turn or taken damage since then. So
that turn you didn't. I'll just.
the first
Yeah,
turn
yeah,
I
it means it's-
technically didn't.
Yeah, so
I don't
it means
mind.
it's dropped.
I don't mind losing rage. I don't mind losing rage too.
Yeah. So 7 points of slashing damage
Go for it, yeah.
with the piercing, and in the moment that giant stinger hits the center of your chest, you feel this font of pain just roll through your body. I need another d6. 1 second. I gotta pull out some more diehard dice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
The
my god.
Unexpectables.
You take 20 points of poison damage,
Oh God.
and I need
Yes,
you to
above
make
that one
a
anyway.
and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
That's a 10.
That is a 10, which is a failure. If that was a 9, you would have been paralyzed,
Oh my God.
That would've
but
been
instead
really
you are
bad.
poisoned.
That's still
you've-
equally quite bad.
Manticore, you feel extremely sick. And the world is kind of swirling around you and you can't quite focus. You have the worst migraine of your life as the Twin Cali kind of looks down at you and then turns back towards the two invaders that it's noticed so far.
Renoa is now full panic because somehow this is all her fault.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna jump. This 3 Kreen jumps roof to roof and is gonna aim a shot at you, Renoa, as a scorpion.
Wait, which one?
The 3 Kreen that just jumped from the guard position is making its way towards you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a shot towards you with its ranged boomerang-like weapon. That is extremely sad. That is a 10. I believe that's gonna miss you. As it throws it, it bounces off the carapace of your armor.
She just like kind of scoffs and looks at it like, really?
This one is going to move roof to roof and is going to take the dash action to get in a much better position. I'm just going to move some figures here. Apologies.
No worries.
5, so 30, 60. This one's going to dash as well. Get here.
It's okay. I'm used to movement phases in Warhammer.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say. 50, and then another 5, 25. Yeah, this guy's going to jump down and immediately take off running. This one that's drinking water. 25. 35. It can get about here. All right. They are now, you just see bugs just like jumping roof to roof and running full speed as the swarm is descending upon you. That brings us to Lorne. It is now your turn. For the sake of ease, I'm going to delete the dead bodies just so you guys have better clarification.
Mhm.
Just because it's getting to that point where it's a little crowded and it's a little anxious making, so.
Yeah,
Lauren,
Lauren
it's
is
now your
rushing
turn.
up next to Miles. Guy, how you doing, kid? Ah! And immediately he's gonna look around. Are the enemies on top of that building there, or inside, or going? Okay.
So
Would
these
I
two are
be
on
able to
top.
see them on top?
This guy's on the ground, and yes, you can see them on top. The houses actually have just flat tops. There's no roofs to them. It's just a flat sort of stone top roof.
Excellent. Okay. So for wall of fire, say for example, the wall of fire on the roof, it wouldn't like go down into the ground, correct? It'd only stay up.
It will click the spell. It should describe where it originates from. I believe it comes up from the ground.
Okay. So let's see what the rain. Blah, blah, blah. Here, I'll. Wait, oh, not that button. Bloop.
It has to be on a solid surface, so it has to come up from the ground because there's nothing solid above it, unfortunately.
Oh, that's fine. I was wondering if it like would go over and then go down on the wall and then onto the floor on the side.
That is a good question. It has to be on a solid surface.
Yeah, because it's also a ringed wall.
You know what? DM's call, I'm going to allow it because that's more fun, and I feel like that's the nicer thing to do. So I'm going to say yes, and someone will probably correct me in the YouTube comments because they always find me there. But for now, I'll say yes.
Awesome. So what I'm going to do is cast a wall. Or probably be smarter to do a circle, to be honest with you. So 20 feet in diameter. Let me try to see what I can do here. So what I'd like to do is 20 feet that way and 20 feet this way. Pretty much making a 20-foot circle.
Okay.
I won't hit you. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, 20-foot circle all around that.
All right. Can you point that out again for me? I'll just draw a shape there.
Sure can. Yeah, I know it's a very complicated measure. So you can start the circle there.
Ignore
hit
that line.
One. Up to... one of the things I had to do for Roll20, because they don't have templates for some reason, I can point to it. You can make a dot, and then you can just do that to make it easier for you. That's okay. So dot.
We'll just go all the way to the corner, the furthest corner you can possibly go to the left.
Okay.
Do
So
like
dot.
diagonals.
And then go all the way to the top rightmost corner.
Top right. Okay. Right there.
Yeah. Right
Oh
there.
god,
Okay.
so close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
It's
then right there.
Can you go all the way to the north side, just as far as you can go for 20 feet?
Sure can.
So
Oh,
that's
wow.
gonna be boom right there.
Oh, nice.
As this massive wall of fire rings around, I believe when it summons, when the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dexterity saving throw, and that's people who are within
Yeah, that'd be near the walls. There's only a couple of them.
within 10 feet. So that's gonna be these two here and this guy here. This guy in the middle is safe. So I'm gonna make a bunch of dexterity saving throws. Guy to the north. Very good dexterity saving throw. That's going to be a 19. So
Darn
this
it.
guy, that's a success. The one in the middle doesn't have to make a dexterity saving throw. It just seems confused.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 1 for this guy right here. So that's a really bad failure. And the one closest to the wall, who's under it, technically, who's on the ground, that's natural 19 plus 2 is 21. So he succeeds as well.
Excellent. And it does 14 fire damage total.
All right.
I want to see the
Fire
thing.
damage. The guy who
Oh, okay.
rolled the natural 1 is looking terrible. The other one, take half. So that's 7. My cat is very upset, and I do not know why.
It's just Miles.
Meow. Yeah, Miles, calm down.
Yeah.
All right, you watch as
you
watch-
burn, and then fire.
The fire comes up. Now, the ones that are on the roof can see past the parts that are on the ground, but they cannot see past the parts that are on the buildings. So just for
Yeah.
context, they can still fire things over top of the flame. But they are basically in baby jail right now, a fire baby jail at the moment, as everything is scorched around them. All right. That keeps them in check. Renoa, you are a scorpion and you are restrained.
I don't want to be anymore. How do I stop that?
How do you stop that? You have to make an athletics check to escape.
I'm gonna do it, I hope. Please let me do it.
Your athletics will be a +2.
12!
12. That is enough to break free. It is a
Heck
DC
yes.
11.
Yeah.
You break the chain and you come free as the Twinkali just pulls its stinger from
Oh, no.
Manticore's chest. You see Manticore like slide up against the wall, dizzy and confused. That takes your action, unfortunately, so you cannot take your attacks.
No.
Yeah.
isn't water fire concentration as well? So polymorph would have dropped, right?
That was actually about to raise that question because I was
Yes,
like, wait a minute.
actually. Which means you don't even need to make a check because you just become smaller and the
Became
chains
so
just
small.
fall on
Yeah.
the ground next to you.
Small.
Thank you
for
for bringing
reminding
that
me.
up. I
Yes,
was
thank you for reminding
wait
me.
a minute.
So Renoa, you are standing around chains and it is your turn. So you actually does not take your action because you are automatically freed.
What? With a very quick glance, what does it look like the scorpion's reaction to me not being a scorpion is?
It looks towards you and you can see it priming its stinger again.
Do they have any
Um,
like favorable insight to the fact that she's a centaur? You know, they're both kind of, half animal, half people.
We're gonna do dominate beast.
Dominate beast. Okay, this
Yep.
is not a beast. You would know
The
that.
scorpion?
Oh, on Constantine? Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
All right, click
let's
dominate
see.
beast for me.
Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay. So
Oh,
it's
you
gonna
meant
have
you were
to be-
looking at Constantine's reaction.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
care about the
Constantine.
Tinkali. I'm
What was
worried about
Constantine's
Constantine.
reaction?
Constantine is literally grabbing its fresh kill and is trying to pull itself into this building nearby, but you're about to cast this spell, so go ahead and
Yes,
click
I
that spell.
am.
Oh my god. All right.
That is a good spell.
Constantine rolled a natural 1
Fuck
minus
yeah, he did.
Oh.
1, which is a 0.
Friends for life.
Creature friendly fighting it. You guys are not fighting it, so it's friendly towards you. Will abuse charming a telepathic link as long as the two are on the same plane. So you can talk to him in his brain now. You can issue him commands. So it has to be specific. It takes no action for you to do this. So attack that creature, run over here, fetch that object.
She will
Yes.
just immediately.
So you
as
could-
soon
you
as-
can give
as
it-
soon
you
as
can-
it works. She's gonna turn to the Tinkali and say, "Attack that!"
Okay. You watch as he drops the meat and looks over and snips his one claw that has been freed. And you see the Tinkali turn back towards you, Renoa, and give you this sort of like acknowledging glare, like he might know what you are.
How close am I to this thingy? I don't know.
There's a 5 gap between you guys.
10
Is that
feet.
far enough away?
You don't know.
I don't know.
He does. He has a sword, which will not reach you, and his stinger doesn't reach you. The chain might have, but it's on the ground, so you might be okay.
Okay, great. I'm gonna try and back up. Oh shoot. Oh, but Manticore.
No, don't worry about me. If I'm anything, I'm just a pool of hit points.
Okay.
Seems to be a pool of blood. Whoa. Sorry.
You shut up. She's gonna run over to Miles and Lauren for now then.
All right.
Doink.
Hey, how was it?
Not good. Manticore's hurt really badly.
Oh no.
Well, what'd you do that for?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right. Constantine's turn. Blah, blah, blah. It goes forward. One claw attack to start.
That's a fellow cry.
What the
Just-
fuck is that sound?
Sorry.
So Joe Fudge, if you could do a claw attack for good old
Yeah,
Constantine.
oh, sorry. Yeah, you got it. All right. That's a 14.
14 does not hit. As the claw comes down, the Tinkali brings up the sword and just like, you ever see like someone try and like pry open like something that's latched? Just pries open the claw, knocks it back with the back of its gauntlet. That is the claw attack, but you have a stinger.
Go for it. That's a 6.
6, as you go for the skinner, it just grabs the stinger and stares towards the rest of you.
No.
That is Constantine's turn. Miles, it is now your turn.
Can I do a history check to see if I remember that the Tinkali spoke English at us or Common at us last time?
Go ahead and roll just a general history check.
General history, okay. Too.
Oh God.
You have no idea. They're kind of a very rare people to find.
Mm-hmm.
And they're generally very evil, so you don't expect them to speak common. They probably only speak their language.
But do I know anything about them? I know a lot of
Find out on
weird,
your turn.
eclectic. Oh, Dingles! I keep forgetting it's not. Just a
I'm like,
general
my
thing.
brain is telling me that it spoke common at us briefly, but I could be wrong. Okay. Is it currently like pointing in any specific direction towards us? You said.
It is looking towards you, yes.
Okay.
But
So-
you do have an ally within 5 feet of it, technically, because Constantine is an ally for somehow in this
I'm
weird,
also there as
wacky
well.
world we live in.
Yes.
I want to
You are,
slide.
yes.
I want to run towards the Tinkali and slide under Constantine's legs.
Okay, absolutely. You do the Kirby down B slide.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to attack the Tinkali with both of my swords.
Okay,
Okay. First up, my short sword. Or 20.
that hits.
Okay. And that's a 5 piercing and a sneak attack.
That is 5 piercing, yes, and you have sneak attack. You have an ally within 5 feet.
An 18.
Nice.
Oh my god, yeah, that
Yes.
hurt.
Okay. And
That's
then
gonna be, sorry, 1 second, let me math. 23. Okay, first attack, you swing up, you like slide underneath, and you slide up the back of the tail of the Twinkali.
yes. Okay. And then after my blade goes through him, I'm going to try to stab into him with my rapier.
Okay.
Rolling a 28.
Oh my
Natural 20.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you only get sneak attack off once per turn, so you don't get double sneak attack, but you do get double damage for whatever this roll is about to be.
Heck yes.
8 plus 3.
11
So,
points of
okay.
damage.
Double that, so 22.
No, it's adding the dice roll, so it doubles the dice rolls.
okay,
Yeah, so it's already applying. Yeah.
Oh.
Still, a sizable
though.
chunk of damage as you slice into this thing, and you hear the thing go, "Action!" You hear him yell out, "Dagmar! Dagmar!" Like screaming out. And I would say, Renoa, as you look to the side, you see the other Twinkali now turning and pulling out his weapon now, noticing that the fight is probably not going the way they like.
As Miles pulls his rapier out of the Thinkali's chest, he yells, "Don't you crisscross applesauce!"
You want to move your token? So,
And I'll let my turn.
All right.
Austin,
Yeah, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
you want to move your token to a? To
Oh,
the thingy?
yeah, sorry.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm just reading something here.
I'm baby, sorry.
Mantagore, it is now your turn, and you are feeling awful.
Yeah. Mantagore is gonna draw his greatsword and go into another rage, but this time he's kind of feeling bad. You see the tail of the Manticore kind of go and scale up just past his shoulder. So it's the tail one. And he's gonna kind of expose his defense and attack recklessly to negate the disadvantage. Just go for straight attacks. on that
Okay.
greatsword. There's an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Yes.
13 points of slashing damage.
Yeah.
And then a 26
Whoa!
to hit
That
for
hits.
another 12 points of slashing damage. He just brings it up and down against the.
What's
kind of
what's
exposed
your rage
legs.
bonus?
It is. Oh yeah, my rage wasn't rolling in those.
Oh.
Sorry, my bad. It was a +3 on both of those. So
16 plus 15, so that's gonna be 31 points of damage.
Oh my god.
double check.
As you kind of breathe, you go into a rage and you just start wildly swinging and chopping at this guy's shoulders, and you manage to hack through part of his arm, and he starts gushing out this green Icarus blood that spills onto the sand below.
Nice.
He's not looking good. He's looking very bad. It is now the Three Crean's turn. This guy is in a bad place and is going to enter inside of the building to get away from the fire, and is going to move over onto this side here. I'm just double checking. The wall, I love the wall spells, but they're a little vague at times, and I want to make sure I'm being fair to you, Zoran, as I'm reading this. So it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
That's reservation. You gotta. I'm pretty like I'm a-okay if they can shoot over it. Like that seems logical to me. Like unless you count 20 feet high being very intrusive to them. But
Well,
if
it's
the building's
opaque,
tight-
so I'm gonna have
Yeah.
them roll their ranged attacks if they're on the ground at disadvantage, essentially. So
Yeah.
for this guy who's inside, because there's no ladder leading up, he's gonna roll with disadvantage on his ranged attack. I feel like that's the fairest way to do it, while also
Yeah,
not cheaping
I
out
agree
your
with that.
spell. So, yeah. If not, you can at me on Twitter and be mad.
She's like, I don't care. We're here to have fun. I'm not here to roleplay. I'm here to have a good time.
That is completely going to miss as you watch as one of these ranged weapons just flies over the head of Constantine, who looks back at you and goes, "I'm scared." These guys up top, this guy's looking real rough. Moves over. This guy down below is going to move over and inside. And he's going to attack with disadvantage because he's on the ground. Natural 1. I'm going to roll severity. 16 severity. He's going to hit his his commander instead.
To make it worse for him, I think you ended him 10 feet near the wall.
Yeah.
That will
Oh, did
also
I?
deal damage
He
for him. Yes.
he will not do that then. He's smart enough
Okay.
not to go close enough. So he'll be here. He'll still be within
Excellent.
range.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Yeah. Wow, this guy's getting fired. He does 5 points of damage to the Twinkali as his attack misses completely. And you see as he hits him, the Twinkali slowly turns, and you just imagine the Twinkali's face turned and framed in fire as this 3-Kreen kind of skirts back nervously. The 2 above are going to take shots at Constantine
No.
because they can't see anybody else. Actually, no, one's going to attack you, Renoa, because they can see you. So this guy here who's on top, he's going to aim a shot towards you, Renoa. That is going to be a soft 20 to hit.
Oh, youchie. Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh my god, you guys. 3 points of damage.
3?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what will I do?
Did you die?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 on the damage roll, and then this one's going to attack Constance.
I'm looking rough, everyone. My
Oh,
first
no.
3 points of damage for the day.
Death saves.
Constantine actually is going to take 7 points of damage
No.
as another ranged weapon goes in. And then this guy is literally running towards the battlefield, sees the giant fire and goes, nope, and is going to try and find another way around. So 30. Boom. This guy doesn't give a fuck. What's your movement, big man? 40 feet. Very nice. Roll fire damage for your firewall for me, Lauren.
There you go. 25.
Whew.
17 plus. That's just going to be that's 18. He's going to take half
Yeah,
of
you
that,
did.
so he's going to take 7 points of fire damage from that. As he just walks through the flames, he's going to take the dash action to get right in front of you, Renoa. And he just slides up next to you and just shing pulls out that sword and slacks that black spike chain next to him.
Just like to say as well, there's definitely a scene in The Mummy Returns where the rock goes through a wall of fire as the scorpion.
Damn it!
Oh
I didn't
my
learn
God.
from
This guy.
Time
is
is a circle.
Like, I remember this really vividly.
That guy's gonna move, and we're gonna see how smart these guys are. One of them's gonna stay. The one that's closer is gonna leave. Despite their orders. Alrighty. The Twinkali. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There's so many enemies on the board. I didn't do an attack for this guy here, correct?
I don't think so.
I don't think I did. All right, so the Twinkali is going to turn towards you, Miles, and is going to prime its stinger.
Okay.
to hit you. That is going to be a 21 to hit.
21 to hit. That hits.
Okay. You take 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Plus. Okay, much better roll. Jesus. I rolled really high for your poison damage, Manticore, and I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
9 points
him
of
alive.
poison damage, and I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm assuming Uncanny Dodge wouldn't do anything in this situation.
You can have one of those damages. So if you wanted to have the poison damage, you could knock it down to 4 if you wish.
Yeah, I'll knock the poison damage down to 4.
Okay, knock it down to 4, and then I need you to make a
Constitution saving throw?
yes.
13.
13?
Yeah.
You are poisoned, but you are
No.
not paralyzed. As the
Okay.
stinger comes down on you and pumps the poison into your body, you try and resist, but you are poisoned.
Okay. How much damage was that total?
So if you reduce it to 4, it would be 7 plus 4, I believe.
Okay.
I re-rolled the damage die because
Yeah.
they're same
Similar
die
damage,
for everything. Yeah.
I don't know how
You're-
poison works, so
So the poison condition. Poison. A poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
okay.
So it is going to swing down on you with its long sword as well. That is going to miss. That's a
Oh my God.
13. As he swings down with the long sword, you manage to duck underneath as the blade just whips past your nose, barely snatching off the ends of one set of your whiskers as you manage to roll in the sand and dodge the attack.
Oh, Miles is mad. You don't touch Miles's whiskers.
That ends the enemy's turn. Lorne, it is now your turn.
Okay, so Constantine is friendly, right?
Yes, Constantine is considered friendly.
Okay. All right. So, high level fireball. Here we go.
Oh, God.
Okay.
But as I prep that, I also need to ask this question because this is a bonus action for my other spell. I can do Misty Step. But basically, if I can see
So-
something, I can basically go to it. I want to
So-
go to the roof.
Keep in mind, if you use a bonus action spell, you can only use a cantrip as your action.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So you can't cast 2 spells like Fireball and Misty Step in a turn because they're 2
Excellent,
full
thank you.
spells. They require your entire attention. So, yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. That makes sure I am fair. All right. So, everyone basically, anyone who's friendly, with the blast of this fireball, I'm trying to hit everybody, and all friendly should be safe because of my
Okay.
special ability. So, whoop, boom, level 5, 27
Wow.
damage.
I have a lot of dexterity saving throws to roll right now.
Yes, you do.
Tlinkali next to Renoa. That is going to be a 19, so that's a success. So I'm putting a greed on the boys who succeed. Tlinkali, who has been fighting down here, that is an 8. That is a failure.
So Zoran, I think it's 34 points of fire damage because the higher level cast is the one just above the 27. 27 is the base 8d6, and then that's the extra 2d6 above it.
Yeah, so you rolled 34.
I-
Yeah.
Wow.
That's high damage.
I don't think that one's gonna
Yay.
be alive anymore.
I
Success.
just let roll 20 do its thing as I cast it at 5th level.
Failure.
Yeah, did
Okay.
good.
A success. This is going back and forth right now. And a failure. So, just so I have it, Tlinkali next to Renoa succeeds and takes half of 34, which is going to be 17 points of damage. Let me do
Nice.
some math real fast here.
Even on half damage, that's good.
Yeah. Just a bunch of AoE going on.
Good old evocation wizards.
Nah,
Alright.
the only thing I can do.
Warlocks.
This boy here explodes into the wall. He is dead. As the Tlinkali is bearing up its stinger, you watch as its back end is just exploded off, and the stinger slaps against the wall, and the body slumps in front of you, Miles. You have to kind of front Zelda roll out of the way as the body just collapses to the ground.
Am I covered in goo?
Oh yeah, it's gross.
No.
You just hear Lauren cackling in the background.
My tail's all matted now.
Despite succeeding, this guy up here is done.
Huh?
This guy who failed here is done.
Oh wow. Okay.
This guy here is alive. And this guy down here is gone. 3 of the 3 Kreen, true to their name, explode, and you just see viscera. 1 remaining kind of lands on a knee. Yeah. And the Trinkali is completely eviscerated.
They all explode. You know, like that one gif of the guy just kind of standing there, and he's like, boom, and he's just all bones and just.
holding on to like the chain link fence where it's just like bones.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
He just used the server GM like kill all command.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Lord, that ends your turn.
That will.
Unless you have anything else you would like to do with your bonus action, your movement.
I will stand with Renoa to assist her if she falls down dead.
Okay. Renoa.
This thing is literally right in front of me, right?
And it's on fire.
It's gonna like, let's see. She's gonna rear up and like kick it and use it to do inflict wounds.
Okay.
Which is a natural 20.
My god.
Oh, it's gonna be so high. It's gonna be such.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's gonna hurt a lot.
It's gonna hurt a lot. Natural 20 inflict wounds.
And
The thing of dreams.
she's upset that Constantine is upset. So she's gonna cast it at level 3.
Oh my god.
She's really mad
That's
about
59
Manticore.
points of
and
damage.
Constantine said he was scared. So now she's like, no more of that.
As this thing is rearing up its longsword on you, Renoa, you bring up your hooves and you stamp them in his chest. And as you do so, you watch as this course of necrotic energy travels up, and you see this creature, this very large, intimidating creature. I just want to make sure you didn't roll that twice, did you?
I did not. I just
The upcast in the
frigged it.
top hand.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because that's you watch as the creature slams down backwards. You killed it in literally 1 shot.
That's insane.
As it lands on the ground dead.
Yes!
You hear this 3 Kreen on top of the building begin to like kind of yell out in this loud voice and like coughing at the smoke of the fire. They're shouting something. You don't know what.
Let's see. What else am I capable of at the moment?
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
So hard. And Renoa like looks down at this necrotic pile of flesh, like looks up at Manticore and smiles, like, yay!
He's just got a big grin on his face. Despite his sickness, in this moment, he's feeling well.
And looks up at the 3 Kreen on the roof, and like all of the like nice, sweet features of her face turn real hard. Let's see.
You have a bonus
And
action.
I do, but what can I do with my bonus action is my question.
Probably not a whole lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I can't really get anywhere within the wall, correct?
I mean, you can, but you're gonna probably take damage.
Okay, so instead,
It's indiscriminate damage, and unfortunately, I believe Wall of Fire is a conjuration spell. I could be wrong about that.
she's gonna like jump over the body and go
Okay.
in the middle of Constantine and Miles
I like
and
to-
Manticore.
I like to imagine you do the horse thing where you walk over the body, kind of stamp on it a few times, and then keep
Oh.
going.
She does the like jump over it, but like backs up and then goes stomp, stomp, stomp with the back couple legs, and then like trots forward.
All right. That ends your turn.
B. Just to double check. B. No, you're not there. Wait, what was this one? Can this do a thing? Because, wait, no, I had something was healing as a bonus action.
That is still a spell though, and you just
Yeah.
cast inflict wounds, so you can't do inflict wounds and healing word, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
You can only do a cantrip as your bonus action if you're going to do a spell. So
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else that would be. Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be it for me.
as it stands right now, Constantine is scared because there's fire and there's nothing for him to attack, so he's just gonna like cower a little bit in the corner. Even though you're dominating him, there's no safe way for him to pursue anything that he would hurt himself. Would not go without hurting himself.
She would actually, at that point, look over to him and be like,
Go be free.
like,
Okay.
go, get out of here.
Save yourself.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage as Renoa.
Okay. Because she doesn't want him to get hurt. Persuasion. There you are. 16. Oh, wait,
Okay.
with advantage is 18.
You watch as he scrambles over, grabs one of the dead bodies, scrambles over, gently hooks the back of your robe, Lauren, and like gently picks you up like a little crane and puts you down
I'm
on the
okay
other
with him
side.
trampling me. I'm okay with him trampling me and being prone.
No, he like gently walks up to you, picks you up, puts you on the other side, puts you down, and then keeps running. And skitters away, and just
See you later, Fred.
Constantine has gone free, and he has been freed.
Goodbye, Constantine. We love you.
Constantine has been given kind words. Constantine is free.
You will not harm Renoa.
All right. Miles, it is now your turn.
Miles is frustrated. Miles just got stabbed. He's poisoned. He's covered in dirt and just goo, and he just watched the two other people in his party just explode everything around him. So he's gonna shrug and pull out his crossbow and shoot the remaining three crewing on the roof.
On the roof, absolutely go for it.
Would I get any kind of advantage from sight because it's going through fire?
You're gonna have disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay.
Yeah.
Light crossbow, go. No.
Ooh, natural one.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
I rolled a really high severity. Go ahead and roll damage for me, but no sneak attack.
Okay.
No.
Oh, wait, sorry.
No damage.
Yeah, 12.
Renoa, you take 12 points of piercing damage as you feel a thunk in your rump.
Miles's eyes are just covered in goo. He can't see anything. He's pissed. I'm sorry.
Shot me in the ass.
I was aiming for the thing on the roof.
Well, you shot my ass instead.
I can't see. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
Well, now I am too. Good job.
I'm so sorry, Austin.
Miles will saunter over right here.
Oh, that's enough horsing around. Get your stuff together.
Renoa stamps to the left.
How dare you?
How do I get a natural 20 and then a natural the next roll?
Because roll 20.
Dungeons and
Manticore, you're not feeling hot. You're feeling hot, but not in a way that's good. Like you're feeling sweaty. It is now your turn, Manticore.
Okay. Let us. I'm gonna have Manticore. I think first of all he's gonna step forward, grab the bolt from out of Renoa, and kind of yank it and go.
There you go.
And
Roll a
then-
medicine check for me,
Okay.
Manticore.
Oh my god, please.
I'm so sorry.
This should be good.
Please.
Okay. You got 10. That's the baseline.
Oh,
You pull
thank
it out.
God.
It hurts, Renoa, but you don't take damage, which is nice.
And then he's gonna. How tall are these buildings here?
The building's about 20 feet tall.
Okay, yeah, he'll climb to the top of that, turn, and I think we'll go for another javelin.
Okay, no disadvantage because you're over the fire technically.
I am poisoned though.
You are, so it would be a
So
disadvantage.
I get disadvantage regardless, unfortunately.
I believe in you.
Big javelin.
Please.
No.
10 and that one.
Please no. Please no. Please,
They're not gonna
please
kill
no.
us. We're gonna kill us.
I did such a cool, good, helpful thing. Why is everyone gonna hurt me
Roll a d4 for me, Manticore.
now? No.
That's a 3.
In your poisoned state, you throw the javelin, and you're like, wait, I have to throw like a javelin. You do like an up chuck toss instead in your stupor. And Renoa, as you're like, ow, my butt, you immediately feel something kong hit the top of your head as the javelin falls down next to you and take 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
She immediately stares up.
I think I got one.
What? You got me. Why did you do that?
Oh, he holds up the bolt, thinking you're talking about that.
Well, you saved me earlier, I saved you.
She just like immediately gives up because she knows that there's not enough time to explain and he's not gonna get it.
All right, Manticore, does that end your turn?
You
You have another javelin throw if you want to try again.
That's true. This is my last javelin. Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Please don't kill me.
13.
There you go.
13.
Okay.
Foop, it goes into the fire. I don't believe that hits though. Nope, it misses. So you throw it in the fire and it just foofs, and you're like, oh.
I'm gonna need that back.
And then I'll just end the turn up there, looking glum.
You are looking so pale right now.
Yeah.
It is the Three Creens' turn. This one is still screaming like crazy, like it's yelling something, but none of you speak Three Creen. The rest of the Three Creen, hearing these screams, take their full movement dash to get off the board. They are running.
Don't like that.
This one's gonna get about here. And this one also is gonna start running. It's gonna climb up here. So that's boom right there. And it's gonna get about here. And he's gonna make an acrobatics check to jump off the side, which he succeeds at. He lands, and he's gonna keep running to about here. That ends the Three Creens' turn. That brings us to Lorne. It is now your turn. Would you also like to hit Renoa by accident?
No,
Yeah,
please.
sure, let's do
No,
it.
no.
I got a couple spells I can kind of.
No.
All right, so Lauren's gonna. Can I like dismiss my spell?
Yes, you can drop concentration.
All right, drop concentration on the wall of fire, so feel free to delete the thing. And I'm just gonna go and and firebolt straight up.
That
at
hits.
The big crane with the 19, dealing like 3 points of damage.
You strike him on the back of his head, and he's still standing.
I feel like there should be more. I'll look it up later, but yeah.
You rolled a 1 and a 2, and there's no bonuses to your cantrips, stat-wise. But you do have potent cantrips. Let me just check that real fast.
I don't think I have potent. I don't have potent cantrips. Well, potent cantrips.
Oh,
doesn't
it's for
make it-
saving throws.
Yeah,
Right.
it's for saving throws.
Yeah, it's for saving
I'm
throws,
so
right.
used to another game that basically, as you level, your cantrips level with you.
Yeah, you
It's
technically, you just rolled really badly, to be honest with you. That was like,
Yeah,
the only way you could have rolled worse is if you rolled 2 1s. So, you know.
yeah. So it's really weird for him, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm done.
That is your action. He's kind of turns and stands, but seeing the fire gone is looking hopeful. That brings us to Renoa. You have your butt's bleeding and your head hurts, but you're still in it.
Okay. She's. How far can I move?
You have 40 feet of movement as a centaur.
Okay. Let's see. How
This person
old
is on top
am
of the
I?
roof, by the way.
Yeah, I'm less worried about him. 25. I could get to like here-ish, I
Mhm.
think.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move her over there.
Okay, you take off galloping.
BB. And where is it? How messed up is Manticore and Miles right now?
You go first.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
poison.
I look a little hurt, but he looks like he could take a lot of damage.
And poison doesn't do active damage in this game.
It does not. No, it is just an
Okay.
effect on you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I'm okay.
Okay, then I won't worry about them. And will beep beep beep.
I think you might have taken more damage than me.
Me?
From me. Yeah.
Oh wait, can
From
I?
us, yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't taken very much. The tint, like whatever, only hit me for like 3 damage before.
Friendly fire.
Yeah. I guess I can't. She's not really gonna be looking to do anything to anyone.
All right. So you want to end your turn there then?
Yeah, she's just trying to get to the stairs to see what might be up
You
there.
can
so that
dash.
they all
You can
can
take an action
swing.
to dash if you wish.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. So you can move another 40
She's-
feet.
Yeah, she's gonna get right to there and kind of peep up and see what's going on up there.
You see a extremely blank, empty wall. If there was a door there, it's been sealed.
It's not good.
Yeah, I guess that's where it'll end for me then.
Constantine's turn. He is coasting over the horizon, holding a dead body and seeing the sun, and is like, "Yeah." And he keeps going. Miles, it is now your turn.
He's a little defeated, but he's going to try one more time with the light crossbow.
All right, no disadvantage because the fire's gone.
And shoot.
That
27.
hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
11.
Nice. 11
And that's
points
with
of
the
damage.
Racket of Audacity, which is sneak attack too, right?
Ooh.
It is. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Another 20. So 31 points of damage.
Oh. Okay.
As this thing is screaming, it's like, it lands on the ground dead.
Miles crosses his arms, starts nodding. Found my mojo.
Is that in your turn, Miles?
Yeah. Miles will then move over towards in between Zorn and Manticore.
Okay.
Right here.
Manticore, it is now your turn. You don't see any enemies anymore.
Would I have to do a check if I wanted to leap this gap?
No, it's low enough. You have a climb speed, so you're fine.
Okay, yeah, I just want to jump across there. By 10, 15, 20.
Oh, that?
25.
Oh, yeah, no, easy. The 3 Kree didn't have to make checks, so you're fine.
Okay, 5, 10,
Yeah.
15, 20, 25. 30, 35, 40. And I can't see any enemies around here, or can I see this guy?
From this position, unfortunately, you do not.
Okay, I am going to... I'm trying to think of how to keep my rage up.
I punched myself in the face.
Yeah, I might. Can I punch? Can I do
God.
that? Can I just keep just go? Oh, just psych myself up and just punch myself once in the face.
Probably not. No.
Okay.
It was more of a joke than anything. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right, that was 40, so I'll go 45, 50, 55. Dash, obviously.
All right.
And then do I see this one now?
You do see him now, yeah. He is like, he's looking up, and when he sees that 3 Kree die, you see him running even faster, and then you kind of stride over the corner, and you see just the eyes are like, as he's just running. They seem to be completely abandoning their posts at this point.
He's gonna smile, leap down. I'll drop the... no, I'll climb down. So if I was 40 there, 45, 50, 55, and then I think I just get down... Yeah, I could probably reach the bottom, so that's fine. And then I'll move 5 feet forward. So I'll just stop here, rushing towards this guy.
Sounds good. That brings us to the 3 Kreen's turn. These guys are gone. They're off map, so they're out of combat. The fellow in the top right corner is going to run off map, and he is out of combat, leaving just this last 3 Kreen,
Oh my god.
who is terrified out of his wits,
Goodbye.
and is going to run his full 80 feet of movement to get off the screen.
Oh.
They're fast. They have 40 feet of movement.
Damn, he didn't come within 10.
Yeah, unfortunately, he very much avoided you. He's like, nope, 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 and goes running. And with that, combat comes to a close.
Oh,
Hooray!
I'm gonna go collect the 3 javelins I had around the area.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can I see if there's any loot?
On the bodies, there are.
Yeah.
All of them are wielding interesting items and weapons. The 3 Kreen each have on them. I'm gonna butcher this name. Of each 3 Kreen, which there are quite a few, I'm gonna say you collect about 5 chakcha is what's called. It's CHATKCHA is what they're called. They're like boomerang tri-cornered boomerang
Yeah,
weapons.
okay.
Cool.
Mhm.
What would they be dex or would they be strength to throw?
Let me see. Proficiency bonus +2, so that would mean that they are dex based. Yes, they are dex based.
Okay.
The mouse.
Yeah, sure. I don't know how to add things to my inventory in Roll20, but yes.
Just write those down, and I can figure them out if you want to use them.
Okay, got it.
Because there are specific enemy weapons, so I don't even know if they're going to be in the
Or
compendium at
useful.
all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
The Flint Cali each have long swords. They're butcher long swords.
Ooh.
2 butcher long swords.
And they each have spiked chain. Now, I'm gonna give it to Renoa and Lorne. Make religion checks for me.
Lorne got a
13.
Oh no, yeah, you got the 3. I got 11. My bad.
Lorne, you're kind of looking around and looking at your handiwork as the buildings are smoldering. You're like, yes.
All
Renoa,
religions day work.
probably best not to touch those chains because those particular chains are very much tied to Zagrel and could even be seeped in evil. You're not sure.
Stay away from those in particular if you're going to take things, Miles.
Okay. Here, let me erase it from my Google Drive. Dog.
Thank you.
I'm
There's-
gonna.
Something very wrong about them.
Kind of stares at them, his arms crossed. That went smoothly, didn't it? He says sarcastically.
Renoa glares.
Miles can't help but like try to awkwardly smile, like a comforting smile, but knows he messed up.
I know you were just trying to help, but my butt does not thank you.
Man, this gaping wound in my chest and the poison seeping through my veins doesn't help much either.
All right, all right.
After about a minute, Manticore and Miles, the poison fades.
I feel great.
Fun fact about Slinkali, and you guys are fucking lucky. If you get the paralyzation effect too, you have to repeat a saving throw at the end of your turn, but it lasts a minute.
Ooh.
They're nasty.
Paralyzed
Slink-
in 5e is crits.
Oh, it hurts if you get
Yeah,
hit with an
so
attack, and it auto crits you if you're
Oh
paralyzed.
my god.
Yeah, but you get a saving throw at the end of your turn, but the poison fades after a minute, so you guys are good.
Manticore's also going to be removing some chitin off the back of the twin Cali.
Yeah, these things are
Souvenirs.
very, very, very strong. The tail, in particular, the shoulder blades, the legs are spiky and like you can see how you can incorporate it in. You can see it. You have a vision in your brain.
Yeah.
While they are rifling, Renault is going to be checking the entrance and seeing what the Tinkali were protecting.
Okay, go ahead and roll for me, Renault, as you make your way up the stairs. Roll an investigation check.
Okay. 12.
12. There was probably a door here, but it's gone now. It's been sealed completely. Lorne, go ahead for me and roll a history check as you're kind of walking around and taking in the sights and scenes.
Oh, it's kind of neato mosquito, mighty burritos. Let's see, my history check is a 20.
On either side of the front of the ziggurat, and you haven't really noticed it before because a lot of the details have been filed down by sand over time. It depicts 2 chain devils on either side of the ziggurat.
Oh. Chain devils.
What does that mean?
Well, my brain says. Brain.
Chain devils. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I was looking at my notes. I'll grab that for you. Second.
Okay, take your time. Take your time.
I'm finding my information.
Processing.
Chain devils.
Processing.
Chain devils are obviously devils, as it's stated, and they can animate chains and use chains to their ability. They're very, very wicked and very evil creatures. Their faces are completely covered in chain. Their body, all they wear is chain, essentially.
Yeah, all they wear is chains.
They are-
essentially, you know, all that stuff.
They are sadistic jailers and torturers in the infernal realms, and they relish in pain and inflicting torture on others.
Is there any infernal writing or anything that would tell us more about this place?
As you inspect the wall, unfortunately not. Miles and Manticore, what are you two doing as you kind of...
Miles
There
is
are buildings
interested
around.
in checking the buildings to see if there's anything shiny.
All right. Which building would you like to look at first?
I'm interested in this collective of 4, right where my character is,
Okay.
right here.
Which one would you like to look at first? Because you can't obviously be in 4 buildings
Top
at once.
right.
Top right?
Yeah.
Top right.
And he kind of just sauntered away from Manticore because he's got that the jewel eye kicking in.
Manticore's just gonna follow him.
As you open up, you see a old dusty home space with a large stone oven on the inside, completely abandoned. There's a set of boots right at the door, and there are baskets filled with moldy berries. There's a clothesline with old tattered sun-soaked clothing. There's a wash basin, and there's an old bucket. It's in a bed, like a simple bed. It's a very simple one-person lodging. There is a book on the on top of the oven.
Can I go over to the book and check it out?
Yeah. It appears to be a recipe book, a handwritten journal-style recipe book.
Huh. Miles is probably putting together that people just used to live here before it was overrun. It might have been something more peaceful. Turns to Manticore. What do you think happened here?
When?
When?
Yes, when? When do you mean what just happened now?
Oh, I mean, look, there's moldy food. There's an old pair of boots.
You find an old pie that's probably been sitting there for 30 years.
Years?
It looks so old. You don't know exactly, but you literally flip over the tin that it's in, and it just falls to the ground like a rock.
Manticore's gonna take a bite. He's gonna...
Oh.
Roll a
Miles is
Constitution
gonna pull
saving
him
throw.
away. Miles is gonna pull him away.
That's a nat 20, 27. He's gonna get that bite in before you pull him.
Gritty,
But
but it's slightly sweetened, so it's you've had worse.
Manty, you can't be doing this kind of thing.
Why not? You always have to better yourself.
It's been there. Clearly, it smells. Can you not smell it?
Yes. But I've seen cheeses that the longer they sit out, the better they get.
What kind of pie was it? Was it like a grape pie?
It looked like some sort of berry pie. It could be rocks. You're not sure, but you like to think it's berries.
Okay.
I like to think it's a pneumonia pie.
Pneumonia pie.
Asbestos.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say if it's grapes, it would have just been raisins at this point, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Manticore, don't do that. Just please. For me? for me.
Tell me,
We can have Rhinoa make some more fruit for you later. It'll be nice and tasty and nice and bland, you know? Just how you like it.
Why are you doing all this, Miles? You don't seem the type.
I mentioned I dabble in the fine wares, right? Maybe I like to find stuff on journeys time to time. Some I could sell on my own, you know? A piece to call my own, and there's no one here. Maybe there's something I can bring home to, let my family know that I can do it as well. He kind of realizes he just blurted out. Maybe it's the poison leaving his body. It has his mind a little more open than usual.
Trying to impress family. I understand it. Don't get yourself killed, Fred.
Like I would ever. You got
You
yourself.
almost did.
You got to be looking at yourself.
Huh.
Tries to just parry the comment.
If I die, I die in glory. You die. Your family will mourn you. And move on.
Miles puts his hand on Manticore's shoulder, if you'll allow it. I guess he's probably too short for that, actually. On his elbow. How about we just focus on not stabbing Rhinoa some more for now?
Yes, I don't know why you did that. If you, he's gonna lean over. If you do it again, I will crush you.
Miles' ears go back. He is intimidated.
Okay.
All right, let's go, buddy.
Okay, let's go. After you.
Renoa and Lorne, as you guys take your time and looking, you see no way into the ziggurat. The front entrance, based on your knowledge and your previous checks, has been sealed at this door.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know why they shoot you.
What?
I don't know why they shoot at you. I mean, you all right?
I'm fine. I can heal myself. I just meant the door.
Oh, yeah, the door. Yeah, it's still shut. Nothing we can do about that.
What? But there has to be.
I mean,
Why were the 10 collies standing outside?
Well, Lauren starts looking around. Can I roll a perception check to see if you find any symbols or signs or anything that might indicate, like, hey, this,
big
I
ol'
gotta put
same.
the thing here. Put a thing here to unlock.
You
All right,
perception for
go ahead.
both?
I'm gonna say Lorne do the perception check.
Lauren
Nice.
got a 17.
Lorne, as you're kind of sitting there and you just listen, you hear the idle flapping of the wind. You hear a
What? Speak up. I go toward the source of the noise. Like, speak up.
It seems to be coming from the west.
I go west.
Okay.
Renoa follows. Confusedly.
I would say at this point, Miles and Manticore, you guys catch up with the rest of the party.
Hey, what's up?
Here goes.
Hey. They have nice pie here.
Hey, we're going west.
She gets to the bottom of the steps, looks at both Miles and Manticore, and just like trots off, swishing tail, following Lorne.
Miles is gonna bow apologetically, but she doesn't see it because she's walking up.
She's mad at both of us because of you.
Hey, you did something too. Did you not see? You didn't
See
hear the
what?
loud ka-tung?
Yes. I've heard many a katong. Which one?
Oh my god. Miles just walks away towards following everybody else.
Why we go that way? We should go up the stairs.
Come on.
Lorne, as you make your way to the stable, which actually I should move the map. Shoo. You hear a voice going, hello, is anyone out there? Hello?
Yes, who is it?
Oh, yeah, hello, sir. Albin Trueboots is my name. The three green, are they gone?
Mr. Truber, yes, we have annihilated them utterly.
Excellent. Could you let us out?
Us?
Yes, me and my guards.
Is the Lauren pulls on the door.
It appears
This
to be
could be a
locked.
trick.
Oh. Matagor! We have a locked door. Could you please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lauren
do we know it's
steps
him?
to the side.
Shouldn't I just try to lockpick it? Or
Nope.
Oh, no one does
Too
that
late.
anymore. That's old school.
He's gonna lower his head and kind of like move backwards a bit, and then he's gonna slam his head just above the lock.
Okay, go and roll an athletics check for me.
Oh my god.
28.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you bash through the door with your head. You smash it through, and you're a, ah! Oh god, that's you. Ah! Oh! You see,
Lauren, me and Lauren laugh both at the same time. That's exactly what I wanted.
you see Albrin Trueboots tied up currently. He's tied to what appears to be like the stable post where they would have each of the animals separated, and he's just tied to it. You see on the other side, two beaten to hell, what looks like fully garbed knights, who are just looking really rough for wear. One of which appears to be human or elf, you're not sure because they're wearing a full uniform. The other one appears to be a dragonborn, a blue dragonborn. Sorry, just grabbing. Yeah, you see a blue dragonborn knight, and you see a humanoid-esque knight. Albrin Trueboots. You can see him. God, he looks like a nerd. He's got like a bowl cut. Like he's got like a kind of lighter sort of like sun-tanned brunette hair, kind of cleft chin, longer nose, and the biggest glasses you've ever seen. Like they're impossibly large. He's wearing kind of a nice little over vest with the sort of like, he's got a hat around his neck that's on his back, and he looks worse for wear. You see there's a stack of books in the corner, and it appears that this was their outpost before probably these unwanted visitors showed up. And he kind of looks up and goes, "Oh, thank Almond, you came to save us.
Hold, please.
Mango's gonna lean in and close the door, and then turn to the group.
There's 3 of them. We've only been paid for 1.
It's fine, Manticore. We can help all of them.
Yeah.
That wasn't the
They might
job.
pay us extra, Mantagor.
They only asked us to bring back one. Maybe we only have to bring back one. Why don't we hear him out?
He pushes the door open again.
He opens the
and
door and he goes,
Mantagor,
He closes the door again.
yeah.
think, Mantagor, think. If you save these people, like people in town might really like you, They might give you free drinks, and maybe someone might even like you.
Renoa crosses her arms because she can't believe that we're talking about, are we actually going to save everyone? And she looks at Miles and Manticore and goes,
I'll forgive you if we save all of them.
Just open the door,
He
Manticore.
kicks open the door and steps in.
Okay, you're back. Great. Excellent. These are, my God, you must be, oh my God, you're so tall.
Or maybe you're just very little.
That is also true. A good assessment and a good hypothesis. Could you untie me?
I don't do that. I'm just here for the heavy stuff.
Miles sneaks
They do
behind
it
them and
okay.
unties
Renoa
them.
goes in and starts helping with that.
Oh, wow. Hi. You're also quite tall. Oh,
Hello.
thank you. My wrists have been chafing something fierce. We've had a rough go of it here at the Ziggurat. I'm sure you've noticed.
How long have you been here?
Probably about 4 or 5 days.
Oh my god.
A couple of our companions were killed. So, as far as expeditions go, pretty great.
How long is
Region?
How long has it been since we were sent on this mission at this point?
You guys about 3 days or so.
Okay.
Actually, no, the timing's wrong. It would be actually longer than that. So it'd be about 7 days for him, maybe a bit longer.
Okay. I was just
They're in a dark barn, to be fair, so they
Right.
haven't really seen anything.
Right.
But yeah, he goes, it's been a while. I'm very, very, very tired. They've just been giving us water and like a little bit of food, which we don't really know what it is. It's probably bugs. It's definitely bugs. But bugs are full of protein and are good for you.
Could be pie.
The knights are
Yes.
like super messed up, right?
Yeah, they look really beat up. Those you can even see like some of them have like giant gouge marks from those chains. Probably you can just like after your memory of getting wound up by them.
Renoa's gonna do mass healing word then.
Okay.
Doink.
Does that work on us too?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
As they're doing
Doink.
stuff, I would Lauren like literally just be sitting outside as they talk to all of them, and he'll just be resting.
I'm assuming and presuming and hopefully hoping that it was Professor Rolrus who sent you.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. The good professor is always so concerned with our projects. Bad news. Well, good news. Bad news, but mostly bad news. I mean, besides the obvious that we were captured and
What
people
is
are
the
dead.
news?
Okay,
Eh?
you're very tall. So we were examining the inner workings of the ziggurat, and the particular key used to open said ziggurat was taken by a 3-Kreen queen. And now we're locked outside of the ziggurat. We were taken prisoners, and things aren't going great. Because there's stuff in there that probably shouldn't be touched.
Imagine if chain devils are on the outside. Is there any other way to get in?
That is precisely where my brain's been at for the past few days while starving and being a prisoner. I believe there's a separate chamber that leads inside of the ziggurat, but I need to. Where are my books? Oh, there. I've got to grab my books here really fast. If I look in here at page 35, noted, and I. Thou shalt reach to the sky and find the answer key to strike in the heart of the Metakalan ziggurat. Raise to the sky. What does that mean? Kind of strokes his chin a little bit. There is another way in, and time is of the essence. I'd hate to ask how much Rolrus is paying you, for I wish to hopefully also, he kind of looks nervously towards Manticore, compensate you for your time and any assistance, and thou I am lacking men. And he looks over at the two knights they look exhausted. Like, they look tired. They don't seem angry or anything. They just seem like, damn it, we're not, like, that sucked. We could use some help. My men could use some rest. But I'm willing to put in the brain power if you're willing to put in the man work. We could certainly find a way in and stop whatever is going on inside of that ziggurat, and I know it's not good.
Yes, I think we need to go in.
Ancient histories point that there's a powerful, powerful thing inside, but it is behind lock and key, and puzzles and all manners of dangerous traps, but we'd have to find a way in first. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna kind of begin to
Any
peruse
curses
around.
in there?
Oh, possibly, and I hope so. Curses are so fascinating, but not to you, my good sir. More in the practice of proper and archaeological research, of course.
What about
My
something in the way of
goodness.
valuables?
Oh,
Jewels?
certainly. Ancient relics, reliquaries, all manners of golden scepters and depictions of thus things. I have no doubt in my mind that... wait a second, are you some sort of trading charlatan? Should I be worried about you? And he kind of jabs a finger towards you a little bit, incredulously.
Miles just raises his arms. He's like, "Oh, I'm just here for curiosity's sake, for the historical value."
Well, you know what they say. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Now, let's see.
Miles will give him a stern look for the pun.
Let's see. There are notes in my map. And you see as he kind of, like, moves around. The two knights just kind of nod, and they go... One of them, the Dragonborn, female Dragonborn, kind of goes, "Thank you." She kind of leans up against the wall and sits down. The other one, who you now see is human, just kind of takes off his helmet, lobs it to the side, and just kind of goes, "It's appreciated, thank you."
Of course. I
Yes.
hope you get to feeling better soon.
Be mindful of the good professor. He yammers on, but he's got a good heart.
Hmm.
I mean, that is what we're here for.
Ah, that's it! That's it! You hear him shout out of nowhere. Ah, yes, of course, of course, of course! Look, look,
Yes?
my new eclectic, friendly, multi-legged companions, come here!
Yes. What?
Look,
Oh.
and he points,
Or
and you
hop up,
see
go, "Huh?" Old man grunt.
that in the middle of this sort of oasis pool of water, you do see that there's a statue in the middle.
Yes.
Look, 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 look! The statue appears to depict a horned devil, and its hand is aloft, but there's something missing out of the hand. That must be it! Right there, look! The hand held aloft be the key to breaching the heart of the ziggurat.
So then,
So we just hold its hand?
No, no, no. Well, I mean, I'm sure the
We should
statue wouldn't
place
mind, but
something in it.
It
Why don't we
needs
just
something
break
in
our
its...
way in?
Thank you. Break our way in. That is solid stone, my good sir. And while you are a very impressive specimen of strength, I also worry for concerns of timing and well-being, I suppose. But he kind of looks around. I have no doubt in my mind that probably the statue sword lies somewhere around here. I imagine so.
Sword?
Yes. Well, sword. It depicts. He flips around his book, and you see a very old style depiction of this statue. You do see that there's a sort of jagged, pointed sword that reaches up towards the sky.
So we just have to find the sword and insert it into the hand?
And it should open a way into the ziggurat. Yes. Assuming the mechanisms still work, but I mean the front entrance mechanism still worked, so there is some hope. And if not, I guess we'll all just die.
Above game,
Probably not.
we were given a silver emerald beetle by the crane that left. Do you think that could possibly be it, or is it like literally a sword?
The beetle is quite small. You get the sense that whatever key is needed here is a larger
Maybe
item
need to
for
be
sure.
bigger. Okay.
Mhm.
How deep is this water?
The water for you, Manticore, probably comes up to your waist, so maybe about 4 feet deep, maybe 4 or 5 feet
gonna-
deep.
Wade in and hold up his greatsword to it.
Okay. You climb up there and you put the greatsword in. The sizing is different. The greatsword just kind of falls out. It doesn't really sit right. You can see, actually, as you look closer, you can see there's some indentation in the palm of the horned devil.
Doesn't fit. I think we need a specific sword.
Try one of these. Miles tosses Manticore one of the butcher longswords.
He puts his greatsword away and puts one of those in the hand.
Way too small. It just kind of slips out.
Renoa's gonna start searching the little buildings nearby.
He's gonna just
Okay.
try every slashing weapon he can. Just put new ones in there.
Renoa, as you step inside of this space, it is a completely destroyed building. You have no idea what it used to be. On the ground, you see 2 bedrolls that appear to be used. There's a scattered campfire. You see there's a broken flute on the ground. 3 daggers.
She'll pick those up
Um,
and save them for Miles.
You see a torch that was probably used once, and you see that there is a pile of chalk that was probably used, and there's a crude map drawn on the wall. And at first you're like, "Oh, straight, this is great. This will take us to what we need." It appears to be just a map of the surrounding area, something like the specific locations around. You even see where they've marked the little cart and the cave and stuff like that.
Her mouth is just a flat line,
How helpful.
then I guess we'll just go.
Would you guys
Also
like to
join up
investigate
with
as a
Renoa,
group?
yeah.
Because it'll be fun.
At this point, would we see the dead NPCs?
Yes. You do see that the 2-3 Kreen that you guys had killed previously are currently just Vlad the Impaler on some sticks. And there are 2 other individuals. Who appears to be an elf and another gnome. They're just also spiked. It appears to be a warning, probably for you guys. The bodies are quite old, though. They've been dead for probably at least 4 days.
Oh my god. I didn't see this earlier.
Let's
This
just
was
keep searching.
Miles looks saddened. But it turns around, keeps looking.
All right. As you gently push in the doors, Renoa, of that space, there's immediately a very stale smell that hits your nose. It appears to be a warehouse of some kind. You see all manner of different boxes.
Oh, these are for you.
And she'll hand him the daggers.
Oh,
Yeah, 3 daggers.
you.
You can add those to your inventory.
thank you, Renoa.
Try not to stab me with them.
I swear it was an accident, but I'll do my best.
All right. Would you like to investigate, the 2 of you, Renoa
Yes.
and Miles,
Yeah.
while you're inside of the warehouse? All right, go ahead and roll investigation checks, both of you.
14.
Nice.
Tick.
All right. Renoa, you find old sacks of grain. You find wooden boxes of vegetable seeds, about 5 pounds worth of vegetable seeds.
Oh.
You see a basket of just old dried cactus fruit that hasn't been touched for a very long time. And as you dig around, you also find a barrel that has a pitchfork and a pickaxe in it and a sickle in it. A sickle is a weapon you can use.
It's
And you
not,
find a...
It's not better than what I have, though, right?
No, it's not. It's worse.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna leave that there.
And you also see there's like, you find a box, you pull it down, it's just filled with goat horns. About 12 goat horns.
Oh,
Hmm.
not good.
Miles.
is picking them up.
Yeah. Miles, as you go looking around, you find a cage with bones in it. Like, as you lift up the cage, the bones just fall out through the bottom.
He lifts it up. Oh, I see.
And you kind of scour around, and you find a wooden, very, very nice wooden sculpture of a bull. Go ahead and roll a religion check for me.
Okay. -1. 9.
Huh. Cool bull.
This reminds me of the kind of stuff that my parents used to collect.
What is
Put
it?
them on the wall. Look, it's a bull. It's pretty cool.
It's a very, very, very nice softwood sculpture of a really crazy looking bull with a lot of like different symbols on it.
Can I religion check it?
Absolutely.
14.
That is a wooden sculpture of Lagurus, which is is a celestial deity of Ginter, which is the god of agriculture. Lagurus is specifically a celestial deity tied to beasts of burden, like oxen and donkeys and those sorts of beasts.
Strange for it to be out here. There's not really a whole lot of farming. I mean, it makes sense that they have seeds here, but...
Do you think there used to be?
Lorne,
Hi.
I'm assuming you're looking around as well, eh?
Oh yeah, totally. I'm sniffing out books and stuff.
All right, go ahead and roll an investigation check for me. As you walk into the space, you immediately see old, broken...
45.
Nice!
Oh
As
my
you
lord.
move inside, you see old, broken, run-down barracks. This appeared to be some sort of guard barracks before whoever resided here. As you enter inside, you see just a bunch of tattered blankets. And as you kind of dig through the various different chests and lockers that probably once belonged to some individuals, you find, with the 25 investigation, you find everything. You find a longbow,
Nice.
a sling,
Nice.
a very nice robe, but it's old, it's tattered at the ends. 6 crossbow bolts that are silvered.
Okay.
A hooded lantern.
Ooh.
10 feet of chain. Not blackened or spiked, so it's just normal chain.
Yeah.
As you shift over one of the blankets, you find a set of chainmail on a skeleton. Human size.
Cool.
On their belt to the side, you find another dagger.
Dagger.
In the corner of the room, you find a shovel.
Ah, the ultimate weapon.
And you find a giant great club that is just in one of the lockers, and it has a bunch of weird carvings on it.
I see.
You find a 10-foot pole.
This room is loaded.
It's a barracks. It's filled with all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
So you find a 10-foot pole. You find a old, really, really out of shape war pick.
Gotcha.
And hidden underneath one of the blankets on the bed, you find 50 feet of silken rope.
Alrighty.
Manticore.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever this used to be, it was probably an inn.
Okay.
You can see where there was once a long sort of countertop that has just been completely just smashed over time. Roll an investigation check for me.
Not too good at this, as you will see. Oh,
Okay.
16. That's not too bad.
As you look around, there's nothing here. There is the corpses and like the sleeping spots for these 3 Kreen. And as you walk around, your foot hits a spot and you hear
No.
He's gonna look down and investigate that. See if there's like a trap door or something.
as you bring your hands down and you wipe away the sand and dust, you see the unmistakable sign of a cellar door.
Gonna open it.
Okay. And as you lift it up, all the dust kind of falls out. And as you lift it up and throw it over, you see steps leading down. Wooden steps.
He's gonna use his tinderbox to light one of his torches and lower it in and kind of dip his head in there to have a little peek.
All right. As you look down below, you see a bunch of beer kegs, like big ones, a bunch of shelves, and you see something glittering on a shelf.
He's gonna go down there.
All right. You make your way down. With that investigation check, as you go through, you find 3 bottles of wine.
Nice.
Boulder cranberry wine, specifically.
Ooh.
I can write that down for you. Boulder cranberry.
Very nice.
Okay.
Roll a history check for me, Manticore.
Oh yes, my strong suit.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, 17.
Oh my god.
Strong enough.
Boulder is a in the Alton region is a country that is a dwarven country, and they are known for their cranberries from that country. So this is probably very nice wine.
Wow.
Ooh,
You also find
nice.
4 nice towels.
Okay.
You find 1 very nice, fully sealed, rare vintage wine.
Nice.
You can tell it's good because the wax that is sealing the top of the bottle is gold.
Ooh. Is there anything else?
There are 5 large beer kegs. You kind of shift them around. Some of them are half full, some of them are completely full. And on the floor are like 4 or 5 wine bottle corks. As you kind of make your way forward, though, on one of the shelves where there's a bunch of like standard bottles of wine, which are probably like, broken or just unusable,
Mhm.
you do see a metal chest.
Gonna pick that metal chest up.
Okay, you pick it up, and as you kind of rattle around, you hear the clinking of glass on the inside.
Slowly lower it down.
Oh
Does it
my
have a
god,
lock?
I forgot the 0. Yes, it is locked.
He's gonna. I think at first he's gonna attempt just to pull the lock off.
Okay,
Try and just like tear into it.
go ahead and roll an athletics check with disadvantage for me, just because it's hard to get like actual grip on this thing.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
13.
no dice. You just
Yeah.
grab it. You're like, if I do this anymore, I'm gonna break whatever's in here.
Mm.
He's gonna climb up a little bit and just shout for Miles.
Mars!
Just for reference, you need to get over a 15 investigation check to discover the cellar. So that's pretty funny that Manticore got it. Yeah, you rolled a 16. And I was like, well, there it is.
Miles hears a very scary voice yelling his name, so he immediately bolts over. What do you need? What's up?
I might have found that present for your family. Come on.
He goes down into the cellar with his torch out,
Miles is very confused, but follows.
points at the chest, and then sits back and just immediately opens up one of the beer kegs and just starts pouring back, tasting it.
You open
It is aged, and it's so good. It's so good. It's been probably sitting here undiscovered for like centuries.
You should bring back one of these kegs to your family.
I don't know if I can lift something like that far. That might be something I might ask you to do for me.
Yes,
But,
I'm thinking we should leave some things behind.
Yeah, I don't think we can carry everything.
Yes, these must take priority.
So what you call me over here for?
The chest!
He points over to the chest he left.
He Miles is doing like the John Travolta Pulp Fiction look around.
Yeah.
like confused as to why he's here. Sees the chest and he's like, okay.
It's got
maybe.
something delicate inside it.
Okay. Yeah. Miles whips out his thieves' tools, and I guess we'll
All
try
right.
to unlock it.
Go ahead and make a thieves tool checks.
A what check?
A thieves tools check.
Okay.
That
how
should
do
be
I-
in your tools. It's on the left down
Okay.
near where your languages are.
Yes.
Just click that. It should apply Dex to it, and if it doesn't, then I made a mistake, and that's my fault. So let me check that.
I
real
only have
fast.
thieves can't. I don't have thieves tools on here.
You do, yeah. Tool
On the skills?
No, it'll
Nope,
be under
not
that. Two under that.
to the left of it.
Uh,
So you go where all your items are in your inventory.
yes.
Go to the left, first box there. Under passive wisdom perception, there should be jeweler's tools and thieves tools.
Oh, got it. 24.
Oh yeah, you're like this is child's play. You pop that sucker open as you open it up.
One is binding. Two is.
He's gonna lean across with the torch over it.
What's inside? What's inside? What's inside?
What do I
You
see?
see a silvered short sword, the edge of which, every single edge of the blade is silver, with the inner workings being steel, and has a very, very beautiful hilt that has two blue dragon heads on either side that kind of have the horn spiked up, and a very, very, very nice leather hilt. You also see 3 vials, 2 of which are red, and one of which is a like actual narrow vial, and it's like a deep purple color.
Okay.
I'm gonna say with your being a rogue, roll for me an investigation check on the purple vial.
Will do. It's a 13.
Okay, I'll give it to you. This is a vial of midnight tears. A very, very potent poison if ingested.
Whew. Okay.
What's that?
That's very, very potent poison that could take out any of us at a moment's notice.
Manticore
There's a
licks
weird
his lips.
implication here of it being in the cellar of a tavern.
Looks like, based off where we are, could be something you used to get rid of someone with.
I bet I could handle it. What do you think?
I don't know. If you should be doing that, Miles is just gonna slip it into his pocket. Not even gonna give Manticore a
What doesn't
time
kill
of
you
day.
makes you stronger.
Hey, look at the sword though. It's nice and shiny, right?
Yeah, I like that sword. It's nice.
Could I do a history check to see if I could like tell its origins?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
I assume it's Dwarvish, but it was 6.
6. Maybe it's Dwarvish. I don't know. Like
Shiny.
the 2 red vials are clearly healing potions.
Right.
So they're basic healing potions. So they're 2d4 plus 2 potions.
I would divvy that out.
All right. Lauren and Renoa, where are you guys going while this is happening?
I'm trying out
I'm
this other building.
Okay.
Yeah, she's doing that. I'm gathering some of the stuff. Because of time and everything, I'll just like be able to like just bringing it generally to the tavern or whatever. Going, hey, I found some stuff, and then it's like here's the club, here's this, here's
You just
that.
dump it all on the ground. You're just like,
Yeah,
eh.
here, I found this neat stuff, and then I go off to check out some of the other buildings. If it's okay, I'll be right back, but I can still hear. But it's just basically what I'm doing, and then also taking like if I could take my wizard could take a short rest, so we can just gain some.
Absolutely,
spells
yeah.
back,
This would
so,
be the time.
okay.
Renoa, as you push open the door, and it is just marred with blood, this building. Like there's just sprays of both bug blood and humanoid blood everywhere. As you kind of, I interrupted somebody. Did someone want to say something? I'm so sorry.
No. Go Reno first.
Okay. As Renoa, as you push open the door, you immediately smell charcoal and old soot and metal. This appears to be a blacksmith shop. You
This
see an
is
old
not good.
You see an old smelter and forge and a grinding stone that have just been laid unused. There are spider webs interwoven between all of these things, and there is a work desk with all manner of stuff kind of strewn about it.
He's gonna search the crap out of it because this seems like it was a well-used room.
Investigation check.
Yep.
Nice.
15.
There's a lot of things in this space. You kind of sift through. You find like a large file. You find like sacks of charcoal. You find a lot of black chain. This
She's
is probably
very
where a lot of it was made during the Civil War in Ruba.
Hmm.
she's very careful not to touch it. But she will take her quarterstaff and kind of like try and pick things up and look underneath. Um,
You also find a lot of manacles,
mhm.
which is also equally concerning. You
There's
do
no-
find
Oh, sorry.
a
go ahead.
book. You do find a book, and as you're like, oh, something, information, you flip open the front cover. It's a book about metallurgy. It's about the components of metals. As you kind of begin to go through some of the drawers carefully, you do find a very nice and intricate key that clearly was placed here recently.
Did we find any like locks that this would fit into?
Not that you're aware of.
Huh. Well, it's something at least.
You do also find, as you're kind of sifting through, you kind of go through a barrel. You see like just some unfinished, just like flat swords in them. And as you dig through the barrel, you do find a broken stone sword with an impression on the inside of it.
Oh, this looks familiar.
And she'll take the pieces of the stone sword out and see if there's any way to. You said it's broken though.
The blade itself is broken, but wherever it sits in the hand is not. So as it functions right now, it looks like it would hopefully work as the key, but the blade itself has just probably been damaged as it was moved.
Then she will take that with her and walk through the broken building, passing Manticore and Miles.
Getting
I-
drunk.
Think
he's
I
gonna-
found it? Also, what are you doing?
You should come down here. We found good stuff.
Manticore, by the way, is because he's not a connoisseur. He is going to be taking those half kegs and any of the wine bottles, not the really expensive one. He's going to be filling the beer barrels, like mixing them with the
Oh,
wine,
God.
just so he can get full
Oh.
wine.
Oh,
Gross. I don't even drink alcohol, and I know that sounds bad.
Moonshine.
Lauren, where are you heading? Lauren?
Okay, hold up. Hi.
Lauren, where are you? No, I'm sorry.
I just came
Sorry.
back. I apologize. I guess I think these 4 things were investigated, so he's come
Only
back to
one
the tavern
was.
going.
The one here was investigated. The other 3 were not.
Okay, well, I guess I don't know if you allow me to kind of do one
No,
investigation
absolutely.
roll to check them all.
That is why I'm here. Which one would you like to go inside of?
We'll do top left.
Top left? Okay. You head into this room here.
19.
Nice. This is fun. I love exploring.
Oh boy.
As you open the door
Magic
inside,
sword.
you're immediately met with the sight of a massive skeleton where the skull has just been
Oh.
like shattered on the ground. Like the head is just obliterated and it's just
Oh.
slumped in the back corner. They appear to be
Okay.
wearing leather armor and they look to be around the same size as Manticore, if not maybe slightly smaller.
Alright, well, I definitely see what items it may have used to use.
Oh, I'm an idiot, actually. Sorry, you're in the wrong. I read the wrong one. That's the one to the south. Let's say you go to the one to the south and you open the door, go,
Oh,
nope,
yeah,
and
yeah.
close the door, and then head up to number 7.
I just did whatever.
As you open up into this one, this appears to be some sort of like, you notice on the table, there's like a big table in the corner, like an alchemical sort of setup, but it's all just been shattered. Like it's all broken. Notably, there's a lot of spiders in here. There's spiders kind of hanging off the
Spiders.
ceiling, a lot of cobwebs in the roof. But you do see inside there is hanging on one of the walls, kind of covered in dust, is a scimitar that seems to be hanging on a placard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I apologize. I'm being told to zoom out on the map so you guys can see where you're going. Apologies, chat.
I struggle with that stuff too. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Make yourself
describing it as you
focusable.
guys are looking through. But
Yeah.
yeah, you do see a scimitar on a placard. You also do see that there is a shelf that has a chest on it, as well as a couple of vials on it as well. And I love that you're the one who found this. There's a stuffed bear on the shelf as well.
Aw.
What does the face look like?
It looks like neutral. It's got like kind of that like blank stare look to it.
I pick him up and I go, I used to have one of these when I was a boy. Well, let's give you a new home. And I kind of go, I get all the
Yeah,
dust
as you
out, and
as
I
you
put
do, you're
him-
like, what a cute little gray bear, and you pat it out, and you're like, oh, it's blue. And you're like, ugh.
It's like, no, I don't care if it's blue. Into the side little thing of my robe it goes, and I investigate the rest.
Okay. The chest on the shelf, you open up, it's unlocked, and it's filled with animal bones. And there is another chest as well. And as you go to open it, it is locked. And it's a fairly sizable chest as well.
I say. All right, I'll invest. It's like, you want me to just roll like 2 investigation rolls for the other 2 rooms? Just
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, because I don't
So-
want to take too much of everyone's time.
Don't,
so that's-
guys, do not rush. I am here for this, and we are good. We have like another 13 minutes. We're totally fine.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
So you go back to the skeleton house.
Oh, I was going to do the top right because I figured
Oh, yeah,
saw
to the-
skeleton. I was like, whatever.
Manticore
already
and Miles were in there. That was the
Yeah.
the pie
Oh, okay, my bad.
house.
Bottom
Yeah.
right. Bottom right then. my
Moldy
bad.
pie.
Bottom right. Okay, go ahead and roll for me. You rolled a 13. Bottom right. Let me check that one. That is number. As you enter inside, you see the bony corpses of 7 chained slaves. And you see scattered throughout the entirety of this room, black chain everywhere. There are torture tools in here hanging up on walls and old bloodied bandages. In the back corner, there is a box that is locked, and that is what pertains in this space.
Got it. Okay.
And it's
I
like
roll,
it's like a wooden chest, like it's like coffin sized, and it's
Yeah.
it's a square box. It's not big enough to hold a body in it, unless it was like a gnome or a halfling. But it is, it's a crude looking box for sure.
Yeah. I'll return back to the tavern. I'll inform the group what I saw in all these houses.
Okay.
And you'd be like, I saw this. You might want to go check out, building bottom left and all this other stuff. Then, in Miles, I found like 2 chests that I need help with. Both of them seem to be locked. If you can come back with me and help out.
Yeah, I can help with that. Miles is pretty disturbed by finding the poison underneath the tavern. Just thinking about what the city was, what it's become, and things being used as weapons on
It definitely
innocent
seems like
people.
different rooms were just in different states of time. It's very strange. Like some rooms just clearly weren't touched because they just couldn't be utilized, and other rooms definitely were. All right, Manticore, as you go into the bottom left house, you see a corpse about the same size as you. What you would know as a Goliath wearing leather armor. You also see that this space is rather barren. You notice something glittering on his wrist, and you notice there's a basket in the corner.
Yeah, I think I'd start with the basket.
Okay. Make a dexterity saving throw for me as you open the basket.
Is it something I can see for danger sense?
Yes, you have advantage.
19.
So this will not be with advantage. Where are you?
Oh, like an assassin snake or something, isn't it?
Another 10th snake.
As you open up the basket, almost inches from your face lunges a poisonous rattlesnake that snaps out towards you, and you're like, oh! You just, it's like, you can hear the.
Okay. He's I think he's just gonna reach out and try and grab its head and just squeeze.
Okay, roll a grapple check. You know what? Roll a handle animal. Roll a handle animal. Roll a handle animal for this.
Okay. Straight roll for me. Let's see. 14.
Okay, you grab the snake and yank it out. As you yank it out, you notice at the bottom is just a clutch of eggs.
Oh, okay, if he sees that, he'll look down and go. He'll look at the snake in his hand and go, don't try and bite me. And he'd throw it back in the basket and close the basket on it.
All right, you put the basket in. You can hear the of the rattle at the end of the tail, but after a while it quiets.
Goes to the rest to check the shiny object.
It looks like whoever this individual was had a golden circlet on their wrist.
He's definitely taken that off.
All right, you pull it off. The bones just crumble under your touch, and you pocket that. It's your size, actually, which is surprising. Usually everything's smaller.
And does the leather armor look anything special?
No, it doesn't look like anything special. It's like chewed up. Like it's definitely been chewed up by some sort of animal at some point, and it's dusty and old. Yeah.
He's probably just going to lean on, kind of rest his head against the glass head and go,
Rest well, friend. You fought.
stand up and leave with the gold bracelet.
Okay. Lauren and Miles, as you guys are in the other room. Renoa, did you want to stay behind or did you want to follow them?
She'll follow now that she has the stone thingy.
Okay.
Oh.
What you got here for me, man?
Well, there's this neat thing, and it's on the table here. It's a very large chest. Just need you to pick this one. And then there's that other room with a bunch of bloody bandages and stuff.
It is in the back of this place. If you guys are in this location at the moment, the
Okay.
bottom right location, this is the one that has all of the bones and the skeletons, the chains, the manacles, the bandages, and in the backmost corner is that chest.
Miles is grumbling to himself. He's like, why does everyone just assume I can unlock treasure chests? Never said anything about being able to do this. They just assume.
I mean, just, you picked that other one before, so I figured,
Yeah, you didn't see that.
Yeah, I did. We all saw it. We asked you.
Yeah, Miles goes over to the chest in the back of the room.
Okay, as you walk, you can feel the bones like under your feet.
Lauren stays very far away from him as he goes up to that chest.
Okay, go ahead and roll a thieves' tools for me.
Okay, I know where it is this time. 12.
It's an old lock. You kind of like, you're like, it's difficult. And you're like, oh, kind of blow in the sand, kind of kicks out of the lock, and you just go and chink, and you open it up. There is a lot of clothing, like old moth-bitten clothing, and as you kind of ruffle around, you find a nice sapphire, like a sapphire stone, and an egg.
In
What'd
an
you
egg?
find?
An egg.
Can I try to slide a hand the sapphire stone into my pocket?
Go ahead, roll sleight of hand.
Lauren's walking up like,
Hey, boy, what'd you find over there?
With
That's
his left
shiny,
hand,
right?
he holds up an egg, and with his right hand, he tries to slide a hand into his pocket.
Nice.
Should I roll sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand.
Okay.
Oh,
natural
my
20!
god.
Natural 20.
Can I see if I get a natural
switcheroo.
20 on a perception?
Go ahead, perception.
Oh, please. No,
Nope.
I got a 13. Okay. An egg. Oh, that's pretty neat.
It's pretty well sized. It's about the size of probably twice the size of an ostrich egg.
Oh, big egg.
So it's probably, I would say, about maybe 5 inches tall, like from top to bottom, and it's got the natural egg shape. The outer side of it looks very very thick shelled.
It seems like there's just an egg in here surrounded by a bunch of old clothes. All been
Oh,
torn apart by moths at this point.
Lord, roll a knowledge arcana check on that egg.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Lauren got a 25.
That is a dragon egg, and because you got a 25, which is 1 over what you need, it is a brass dragon egg.
Ooh. Oh,
Brass-
awesome. Man,
And
thanks,
brass
man, for the
dragons,
egg.
for those who are worried, are nice. Usually, they're usually nice dragons. So
Lauren goes, oh, you know what this is, boy?
It's something you put on a skillet.
No, this is an egg of a dragon, boy. This is something that's out of the bronze dragon flight. It is This is the most valuable thing you could have possibly have found. Thank you so much, man. It'd be terrible if we found any rubies or something in there. That'd be terrible. Thank you, boy. Thank you so much. And Lawrence is gonna waddle out with the egg.
The camera goes back on Miles. It's just something you put on a skillet.
Oh my god.
And you did have another chest in that other residence as well.
Did he
Come
already
on,
leave?
Miles. Now I'm yelling at you. Come on, Miles. More loot awaits us.
Yeah, give me a second, and Miles will shimmy over to the other chest in the room.
Okay.
Oh,
I think there's
Shimmy
only
on over.
one. Yeah, there's only one. I think the other one's in the other building.
Oh, it's in the other building. Okay.
Mhm.
Then I'll do that.
We're not raising a dragon.
You're not raising a dragon. I'm raising a dragon. This is now Copernicus the dragon, and he's my
Oh my
favorite.
god.
Which house is the other chest in?
The other chest, I believe, is it's a number 7, which is this one
Top
right
left
here.
one?
This one right here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Miles is in a better mood now since he pocketed a little shiny stone. And he's like, all right, let's kick this bad boy open.
Yeah, what you
Saunters
got?
over the chest.
Go ahead and roll thieves tools for me.
Thieves tools, a 24.
Despite its appearance, this chest's lock is extremely refined and almost meant to be unpickable. And you are like making attempts on it, and you are like, you're a cat. You don't sweat, but you're sweating. Like, you're trying to open this thing, and
Dang.
it's really, really hard. And after like sitting there, and you're watching this, Lauren, as Miles is doing this, it takes you like a good 10 minutes to pop this sucker open. And as you do, you pop it open. Inside is immaculate and clean, and there is a robe inside.
Ooh.
Hey, boy,
Untouched
hold my
by
egg.
time.
Untouched by time, you said?
Yeah, it looks completely like every other piece of clothing you've seen here has just been chewed up, torn away, succumbed to the age of time. This has not, even being in this chest.
Miles picks up the robe and holds it up, showing Lauren. This your size?
It looks like it.
It
Yeah,
is a robe that is covered with all kinds of different patches on it. Like someone stitched on these different patches all over it. Lauren, go ahead and actually, both of you guys roll Arcana checks on this.
Arcana check.
I love
What?
it.
Lauren got a 27.
7.
27. This is a robe of useful items.
Oh,
So cool.
What is
And
that?
we will
again?
Wonderful.
I will randomly generate what the patches are to determine what you can basically summon items from this robe. It's basically
Yeah,
like a
that'd be
big
fun.
utility belt. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
it's like here's a rope, here's a mirror, here's a
Yeah, you could have like a
tinderbox.
ladder on it,
It's-
and then you pull it off. It's super cool.
yeah.
Oh,
Is it the MacGuffin button?
Awesome.
It's a MacGuffin button. Yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
As you guys reconvene together after scouring through this desolate, desolate place with its strange histories, and with the key to continue on forward to the greatest mystery of them all, the ziggurat below, with a robe under one of your arms, a dragon egg in the other, a stone sword needing its place, treasure in the pocket, and ale in the belly. You all nod to each other and make your way back towards Elbrun True Boots, as that is where we're going to end session 2 for today.
Yay.
My
Yay.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clapping.
That's fantastic.
I'd imagine.
Bye,
you come out to
Austin.
Noah.
Bye, me.
Austin.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Austin.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. I'm here,
Bye.
though. Hello.
Hi, Austin.
Hi. Yo, that was
Hello,
awesome. That was fun.
That's a really cool session.
That was
Yeah,
great.
I got a little sad. You guys were like, oh, I'll rush. And I'm like, no. If we need to hurry up, that's on me. And I'm not hurrying you. You're good. Like, I want you guys to explore. I prepared all this stuff. By the way, all the loot was like mostly randomly generated as well.
Oh,
so that was
wow.
really cool. Yeah. So,
Did you
get-
roll for that loot?
oh yeah, all of it. The robe of useful items. I was like, oh, this is fun. I love this. All right.
Did you roll them with Die Hard dice?
Oh my god.
You bet your sweet cheeks I did.
Oh, good cheeks.
Code the Unexpectables. Die Hard Dice.
Oh.
Oh my god, dire dice. Alrighty. with that, let me switch us over to some lovely music here.
Remember when we almost killed Miles by flying him into a rock?
Yeah.
That was so funny.
Oh, that was
I
a
can't
great
believe
time.
that was like today.
I'm so
So
sorry.
much happened
That's
today.
You're like, I want him to fly, and I'm like, don't make him fly. Don't make him fly. The rock's
I'ma
still
do
in the
it.
area.
And you were like, I
no.
literally warned you to not go too high so things don't see you.
Look, I'm baby. I'm new here, all right?
Oh my god.
But I told you.
Miles is a free
Free
spirit.
spirit. I knew you were gonna
Yeah,
say it.
yeah.
He's a free spirit.
I really
When I
want
was
the
looking up,
image-
no, go on.
I really want the image of me coming out of the house with a big egg, and then Renault sees me going, "Oh no, I'm a father!"
What?
And I found this dragon egg.
When I was
No.
reading about tabaxi personalities and the way that their culture is, that was like seeing that they like to go from one journey to the next like sporadically at times, like, oh, shiny, let's go in that direction, basically. And so it's like the thought of being able to fly, let's go, and almost die.
Yeah. That's about what happened.
That'll never happen again, though, I'll tell you that.
Man.
Let's go around the horn because we went again to 11, which is great. I love these
Yeah.
like hour extra long sessions personally. I know it's kind of late for some people, but I really, really thoroughly enjoy it. I'm glad you have the time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go around the horn. Our own Miles. I just almost called you Miles, but Miles, who is also Austin Eruption. Where can people find you?
You guys can find me at Austin Eruption on pretty much every platform. I don't update my Twitter very often, but I do update my YouTube channel, and I've been streaming a lot lately. I'm going to be doing Suikoden 1 again
Nice.
tomorrow.
Nice.
That's going to be a good time. You can catch me at 6 p.m. Central, the canon time zone. And I'll be here next week. So, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun doing this. This was actually the first time I've ever had a second session of any D&D game I've ever played.
That is both
Wow.
makes me happy and very sad.
Yeah, no, I want to play more, so I'm going to sneak into y'all's games more often if you'll have me. So, you know, I'm having a good time, and I hope chat is as well. And that's me.
Caitlin, our own
Hello.
Renoa, our poor friendly fire horse. Where can people find you?
You can find me all over the internet at Boobs McBalrog. On Twitch, it is twitch.tv/boobsmcbalrog with zeros instead of O's because Twitch doesn't like boobs. On Fridays, I'm generally at twitch.tv/nerdon. I'm part of a podcast called Nerd On the Podcast. We have 2 shows that come out every single week. Over on Twitch, we actually record one of those shows live, so we'll be recording that tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. On Mondays, you can find me at twitch.tv/LennyPator. I'm part of another D&D campaign called The Ties That Bind. I play a very murderous shadow sorceress drow named Nara. And then usually you can find me here playing Gateway as Cynthia.
Yeah.
Beep, beep, beep.
I love Cynthia, by the way. She's such a fun character.
Oh, yay. Thank
Yeah.
you. I never know. You never know how people respond to what you're doing and how your character is and the choices they make and stuff. So it's always nice to hear
Yeah,
that they don't suck.
y'all got a good thing going on Gateway. It's good stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
Giuseppe Fudgelstein,
Oh my.
Yes,
our very own
indeedy.
Manticore. Joe Fudge, where can people find you?
You can find me pretty much everywhere with my name Joe Fudge. On Twitter, it's the Joe Fudge. Other than that, though, you can find me over on my Twitch channel most days, except for Saturdays, where I usually just play this over here. But on Sundays, I run a show called Godforged at 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. British time, midday Pacific, and for the Central Time people, that's 2 p.m., right? So yeah, I DM over there. I run a show. We're on episode 52, I think.
Oh, wow.
And, it's we're undergoing an undead. They're just finishing off an undead battle, which has been pretty fun. Other than that, though, Monday to Friday, I'm streaming variety stuff, anywhere from reading Dungeons and Dragons homebrew to playing random games that I come across over on my Twitch channel.
Dude, you gotta check out the garlic bread domain cleric.
Yeah,
What?
that sounds awesome.
I'll have to send that video to you. It's great. It's so funny.
I do this thing where I read homebrew every Tuesday, and I've got like thousands saved now because there's loads on the Reddits every week. And there's
Oh
some
God,
wild ones.
I should introduce you to Connor and Zito. I think that would be a conversation that would never stop.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh man. Wallfly, where can people find you? Thank you, Wallfly. Zoran the bear, the only bear allowed on the show. Where can people find you?
I'm always picked last like dodgeball.
Oh.
Well, I'm going down the list down the Discord call, so you know what? Blame Discord.
This is having a
Put
Z
like
name.
One and an A
Yeah,
in front of my name
yeah.
now. Do it. I am Zoran the Bear. I am a full-time streamer, content creator person. You can find me everywhere just by Zoran the Bear, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, etc. And I host a show called Warhams. It is a tabletop RPG show that's been going on for a year. We've been having tons of fun with it from guys who run If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device, which I am also in. Lieben Russ is one of those characters inside of it. You can always find everything we have there. Zoran the Bear on everything else as well. And we stream Warhams every Saturday at 3 p.m. CDT Central Standard Time. So, yeah, Central Standard. Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, and that's me. And I just do a bunch of random stuff, and I VTube as a PNG bear.
It's great.
It is very good.
I fight bears. My name's
Oh.
Bonnie.
Oh,
Oh, I never told Caitlin that story. I have to tell you that story, Caitlin, at some point.
Yes.
You guys can find me. I'm Monty Glue. You guys know who I am. You can find me at Monty Glue at Twitter and twitch.tv/Monty Glue. Tomorrow, hopefully, we'll stream. Want to get back into Tomodachi Life, so that could be kind of fun. Nemesis is a horse girl. Chat is a lot of stuff happens in that game. Bosco is the main villain, which is really fun. So it's a good time all around. And then if you want to find updates on anything, definitely follow me on Twitter at Monty Glue. I've also been posting pictures of my fat cat Hob, who is very chunky and very sweet. But yeah. Also, shout out to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice, for making me roll low today. You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Die Hard Dice.
Thank you, Die Hard Dice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sad I didn't roll a single 20, I think, the entire game. Like,
Great.
legitimately. And
Good.
I was like,
Fantastic.
wow, all
Really
right.
sad of you.
Wonderful.
We did.
You did several times, and I did not. But Die Hard Dice, oh my god.
Dice.
Die Hard
Die Hard
Dice
Dice.
is, you know, it is random. You have very well balanced dice, so you're not always going to roll natural 20s all the time, and that's a-okay. But if you're interested in very high quality metal and polymer dice, you can definitely check out dieharddice.com, and you guys can use the coupon code TheUnexpectables for 10% off the discount. You can use that on dice, dice trays, dice towers, dice rolling scrolls. You have multi-class dice, which are magnetized dice, as well as other dice for not just D&D, but Magic the Gathering or Warhammer as well, and various different fun and cool sets. So definitely check them out. They support the show, and they make it so Austin doesn't starve.
Yay.
I am happy.
That's the aim. though.
There you go. Let's read off some bits and subs. Doppelganger Zaus, thank you so much for the 12-month gift subscription, courtesy of Probably Not a Tamer. You've entered 3 months of that gift subscription. Thanks to Probably Not Tamer for my gifted
Probably
sub.
Not a mare?
I don't know. I can't read. Help. Scott, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Scott12330. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 10 months. Monty, is stressful to manage to stream and DM at the same time. It is, because usually I get yelled at if things are going wrong. And luckily, Shahalan messaged me, and I'm very sorry about the camera management. Very much apologize. It's very hard when I'm by myself and it's baby's first time away from people who usually assist. And I'm not going to put that evil on you guys because you're new. So,
Oh no.
yeah. Next time I'll try and be a little bit more on top of it. I apologize. That's the downside of a very big map. But on the upside, you guys had a really nice time exploring it.
Yeah.
Zenlita, thank you so much for 200 bits. Episode title, Between a Rock and a Hard Fight. It's pretty good. Luke the Lucas, 100 bits. Can this go from being a one-off to a series, please? Awesome session, everybody. Can't wait for Saturday. I wish there were 2 of me.
I know.
Stellar Coyote, thank you for 100 bits. Constantine the Scorpion is now the show's mascot.
Snip, snip.
Snip, snip. Magic Nindo Gorstin Kirby Morrow. Magico. I'm going to say Magic Ninja
Magic
Go.
Ninja Go.
Magic Ninja Go.
Yep.
100 bits. Dragon Baby. Blackfoot Ferret, thank you so much for the elite bits. And then we have Arkall, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 11 months. Thank you so much.
Woo!
And with that, I think we're good to raid somebody. Does anybody have any raiding targets at all?
Ooh, let me look.
Mm.
It's 11:11. Make a wish on the West Coast.
Hell yeah. West Coast, best coast. Arkolf is on? Is Arkolf on?
I do not see Arkoff on.
I don't see Arkolf on. Pharaoh is on.
There's a wrestler named Brand Cutler that's on.
Oh, Brandon Cutler?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know him.
Do we want to raid Brandon Cutler?
let's do it.
What's his name? Can you send
Or
it to me?
BRAN. Oh yes,
Just type it out for me and I can copy it.
yes. There, it's in chat.
Brand Cut.
I just saw him live because I went to AEW Dynamite this past week.
So our raid message will be fresh.
Yes, perfect.
Fresh.
Fresh.
That is our raid message. It's
Nice,
fresh.
fresh.
All right, go.
We're doing it.
Doing it fresh.
Fresh.
Go, my pretties, go!